All right. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Damn. All right. How we doing? ¿Cómo estamos? Here we go. One thing though, just one thing. And it's right here. Wow. It's not here. What the hell? Oh, it is. Bro, my hands are hella ashy. All right. Appreciate y'all being here. ¿Cómo estamos? Hope you're doing well. Still chaos around here, but it's fine. After the stream, I will organize a little bit more. Question. Enchiladas, chilaquiles. I'm always mixing them up. Chilaquiles rojos o verdes. What do you go for? I always go with the red ones, especially if they're like the first thing you eat in the morning, because the green ones can be a little too spicy for like an empty stomach. I'm not that Mexican, but these had like a smokiness to them that I appreciated. But damn, it was still like, it's still a little rough for me in the morning because usually I have like a bowl of oatmeal, and yeah, so I'm not used to something that spicy or that heavy in the morning. Delicious, love them, but man, rojas, yeah, that's what's up. For tamales verdes, for chilaquiles rojos. All right, do me a favor, y'all. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Deculturation Live. That's where everything stays up. We are at 689. Let's try and hit what's reasonable. I'm not a dreamer. I'm not gonna say 700, but let's say 695 by the end of the stream. That'd be awesome. I'll remind y'all periodically throughout the stream to go ahead and help that channel grow. Trying to hit 100K, or sorry, 100K. Yeah, right. 1K by the end of the year there. That'd be awesome. That's where everything stays up. All right. Appreciate y'all. Let's throw that in the chat. I know I've been streaming a little bit later. Yesterday was a wild late stream. That is not going to be remotely a regular thing. But what I will say is moving forward, I think after this week, I should be able to start streaming again early in the mornings, starting at like 8 a.m. That is the goal, 8 a.m. Tomorrow, I will be on Millennials Are Killing Capitalism with Jared at 8 a.m. And we'll go to about 11 a.m. Because both of us can yap. And it's funny, we're like putting a lot of thought into what would we be discussing. And I'm not like his regular guests who are experts and like legit organizers who can just hone in on one topic and just provide you so much context and so much background and so much detailed information. You all are here because I yab and talk shit. So we just wanted to make sure that we had some like blueprint of what we're going to be discussing. So that was a lot of fun. But also in the back of my head, I was like, homie, like, both of us can yab, bro. The first time that we had a always West Coast time. Come on. The first time that we had a conversation, it was supposed to be a quick, like, oh, just quick introduction, and we just. So then I knew, I was like, all right, we're gonna be good. We're gonna have fun streams. So I'm excited for that tomorrow. And remember, after my appearance on Millennials Are Killing Capitalism at 11 a.m., we'll be jumping on here, Deculturation, the channel, in order to start the book club on Open Things Latin America. I'm just going to straight up read it. And then immediately following reading that section, because I want to make sure that's available to everyone, is the discussion on section 1 will be on the Patreon. Through the Patreon, you'll get access to the Discord, and that's where we're gonna have the discussion. So yeah. So we'll get on that way. Now, with that in mind, today's gonna be a little bit return to the regular, I suppose, in the sense that we are gonna talk a little bit of shit, but we're gonna do some of the reading. I am gonna start. Yes, Open Veins in Latin America by Eduardo Galeon. I keep saying his name wrong. Do I have it within reach? I don't. Everything's still chaotic over here. It should maybe be up there, but I'm eyeballing it here. It's just a stack of books and just mess. And I see a couple books where it should be right around there, but it's not. It's not. I'm not seeing it. So I'm not even gonna try and look for it. And it's funny, like I used to have my bookshelves organized in a specific way, specifically like what we've read. So let me see something real quick. I said we read the royal we of what I've read, and that's weird. But because everything's just topsy-turvy over here, you like that one, topsy-turvy? I can't see it, but I'm seeing the books that it should be next to, if that makes sense. So like Custer Died for Your Sins over there in that corner. So I can see where it should be, but it's not there, which is extra irritating. But yes, Open Veins in Latin America. That's what we'll start. After that, we will read Confronting Jacobins by Dr. Gerald Horne. Again, I know, but look, if you know me personally, I'm always overthinking and adjusting things on the fly in order to do the best that I can. I hate wasting people's time. It's not about disappointing people. I disappoint people all the time. It's about wasting people's time. That's the thing I cannot allow myself to do in an inconsiderate manner. If it happens, it happens, but I have to be conscious and considerate of everyone. But yes. All right. Let me see. Let me make sure I pull up the deculturation live chat though, because I'd be forgetting to do that. And there's some people that show up there and hang out there because you know what it is. I think that it's like a little bit of the underground over there, which I appreciate. They're like, nah, all the regulars over there. This is where the underground stuff happens. These are where the there's nobody there right now. That's hilarious. Oh, see, you could hear me twice. Bro, I legit do have an accent, huh? I don't hear it until I hear it. I don't hear it until I hear it. I remember when FD was like, "Oh yeah," and then you have an accent, so people kind of like, "Whoa, what do you, sir, what do you mean?" All right, I was gonna be petty yesterday, and I just didn't want to bring that type of energy immediately on the stream, but I'll do it now. Last time, for whatever reason, somebody got really riled up and accused me of, I don't know, smearing anarchists, which is literally what I don't do here, mainly because I think it's a waste of time, and because the people that I've seen on the ground organizing are anarchists. And whatever our disagreements on theory, I appreciate, I respect, and I always give props to those people that show up because it's difficult. No está fácil, Está difícil. People have lives. People got things to do, distractions, obligations, responsibilities, all these things. So when I see people show up, I gotta show respect, especially when they show up in a humble, loving, caring manner. That I absolutely respect. So I've never been about smearing anarchists. That's just not my style. So I don't know. I've never done that. You know, I've had Soli on here, and I admire him in so many ways, and I appreciate his friendship throughout the years. And he's an anarchist. You know, CJ, I believe is a anarchist as well. And so, like for me, it's like I don't. And if they want to talk shit about MLs, if they want to, I don't take it personally. You know, do your thing, whatever. I don't care. I don't. I don't think we're in a place in a position to be really duking it out like that. Do I watch and do I keep an eye on that stuff? I do because I'm like that. I enjoy that shit. I told y'all like something's wrong with me, you know? Like I enjoy watching like fucking street fights and shit like that. You'll never see me participate in one. You'll never I'm walking away 10 out of 10 because I'm not having my head bouncing off cement for any goddamn reason. You better run. You better run, you know? That's why you do the road work and do the cardio. Because you gotta outrun motherfuckers. But sometimes you can't, and then you have to be prepared for that. But I always say, run and live another day. That's the advice you'll always hear over here at Deculturation. No legal advice, but that's just my personal advice. So, anywho, uh, I don't start beef with anarchists. I really don't. And but it did make me laugh that I don't know how they were misconstruing, and they've been lingering because they were trying to throw things at my face, and it's like, look, I've been very honest that some things I'm going to keep personal to myself because I don't want to encourage parasocial relationships. But whatever I do offer up, I'm comfortable with. I thought about it. And so you can't really throw it back at me because I'm like, I gave you all that information. You know what I mean? Because I'm comfortable with it. So you could try and misconstrue it, manipulate it all you want. It's not going to affect me. It really isn't. If it did, I wouldn't be giving you that information. And most of the time, the information I'm not giving isn't necessarily because it's going to affect me, but the people around me that do not put a public presence online, that did not ask for me to stream and to be airing out information like that. That's the primary thing. I just, again, always trying to be considerate about the people around me and my actions. So I thought it was humorous, and I wanted to be petty the next immediate stream, but shit just happens. Now it's not about being petty. Now after the U.S. kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores, now this is a little bit more important to read and to take a little bit more serious. So I did want to read, and thank you so much, Lana, for putting in the chat. Here we go. Huey on anarchists and individualists as related to revolutionary struggle and the Black Liberation Movement. In Defense of Self-Defense, the Black Panther, November 16, 1968. I do want to highlight before we begin this, and I think, well, I'll let Huey's piece speak for itself, but, I poke a lot of fun at punk music. Because for me, punk music is just, quote unquote, lower, middle class or middle class white kids upset that they're not going to be able to cash in on the dream. And nothing reflects that more than the fact that when they do make it and they are successful, they become fucking sellouts or weirdos or creeps or all of the above. But I do know that there are Black artists, non-white artists, that punk wasn't just an aesthetic to them, right? Again, I was out of my mind when I watched Salt Lake City Punk, and I was always so appreciative of that movie because it was like I watched it at a really young age before I became very kind of politically aware, but I had a lot of like feelings, a lot of gut feelings, all right? And because you kind of need those to survive, you kind of need to have I never needed like crazy street smarts because we left the area that would have required me to have them, and I'm always grateful for that because I don't think I'd be here if we hadn't had left that area. I probably would have been a lot cooler. I probably would have been cool in general and had some dope ass tattoos. And I would have been a badass. I would have been nice. Don't get me wrong. I missed out on that. But what I got in return is being able to talk online about politics and bullshit. So you can't complain, can't complain. But you do have the need to be aware of your surroundings, right? And have common sense, even if you don't have the language to explain why it is that you're uncomfortable and feel unsafe in certain areas, right? And to do the best to remove yourself in that without causing or bringing attention to yourself, things like that. And I remember watching Salt Lake City Punk and being like, oh, this gut feeling I've always had about punk music and, you know, white dudes that pretend to be against the system. It was kind of visualized. It was demonstrated to me visually that, oh yeah, these people are fucking sellouts. These people are fucking opportunists just playing a fucking character. And we'll touch on that a little bit further today in the policing that RadLibs are doing in regards to these protests. We'll see that, and we'll see how these white figures, police themselves, and those that choose to get a little too comfortable to whiteness as well because it's financially profitable. I appreciate that. All right, let's get to it. How does that look for y'all? Oh, perfect, cool. We should understand there is a difference between the rebellion of the anarchists and the black revolution or liberation of the black colony. And when I'm reading anarchists here, I am picturing the white anarchists. I don't know necessarily. I read this recently, but I kind of forgot if Huey makes that distinction here or not, but I do. Right? That's the way that I'm interpreting it. This is a class society. It always has been. This reactionary class society places its limitations on individuals, not just in terms of their occupation, but also regarding self-expression, being mobile and being free to really be creative and do anything they want to do. The class society prevents this. This is true not only of the mass of the lower or subjugated class, it is also true within the ruling class, the master class. That class also limits the freedom of the individual souls of the people which comprise it. In the upper class, the individuals always try to free themselves from these limitations. The artificial limitations placed upon him through external sources, namely some hierarchy that goes by the name of state or governmental administration. Now, this might seem silly, but I think this is a perfect opportunity to shout this individual out. If you're on the Discord, you know I'm a fan of their work. I'm gonna mess it up, but it's if you don't help me out. Oh, it's not because I'm still on. Hold on. Let me switch over. Just because I really do love their work. Here we go. Yeah. If you want some great, like just so good, I can't recommend this enough. This video by Princess Weeks.
This video is sponsored.
And shout out to Movie when it was. I enjoyed them early on. Movie was dope. But yeah, Princess Week. What Gilmore Girls tells us about love and class. It is a great breakdown, and they're just so fucking good at this. It's very difficult for me to find a more entertaining, pop culture media analysis than Princess Weeks. It really is. Like, I don't even play Magic the Gathering, and I'm literally, I'll watch videos of I actually don't know their let's see if they go by. Yeah, I don't know.
This video is sponsored by Mubi.
Enjoy their work so much and just their energy that I I was watching a Game of Thrones. No, I won't watch Game of Thrones, but a Magic the Gathering like play or her playing with other people, just because I'm like, oh, I just love their energy so much. Um, but their analysis and their breakdown of stuff is just so damn good. Their whole channel is awesome. And yeah, so I don't know why I was thinking. Well, I was thinking about that even within the ruling class or the elite, the imposition of these limitations of how you can act, how you can behave, and how you can think, how they're reaffirmed. And I don't, well, I know why I was thinking about Princess Week because of the Discord, but I just lined it up with the Gilmore Girls so well because her, her analysis of how class is presented, and how that socialization is conditioned and punished and rewarded, right? So go check out Princess Weeks if you haven't already. I really can't recommend them enough. I have not seen this latest video, and I love Frankenstein. Um, and I'm so glad, even with the title, Why Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein actually understands the novel. Beautiful. And that's a great thumbnail. So yeah, I can't recommend their work enough. And they're fucking hilarious. They're fucking funny. They're like funny individuals. Really appreciate their work. Um, the canon is weird one is dope too, because like I'm not even a fan of Star Wars, but I love kind of studying the lore behind certain things. But yeah, just recommend their stuff. Just a great creator, honestly. Um, I'm a fan. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a fan. All right, let's get back to it. I'll make the connections here. Here we go. In the upper class, the individuals always try to free themselves from these limitations, the artificial limitations placed upon him through external sources, namely some hierarchy that goes by the name of state or governmental administration. In America, we have not only a class society, we also have a caste system, and Black people are fitted into the lowest caste. They have no mobility for going up the class ladder. They have no privilege to enter into the ruling structure at all. And I think Dr. Ball might, wag his finger at me in this one. Maybe, I don't know. But I do think about the fact that, like, if you look at an individual like Jay-Z, even with all the wealth and fame that they have, in the access to, the ruling class, limitations are placed upon him. He still answers to people despite all the power that he has obtained, all the wealth. There's still limitations. Vagabond Lorenzo Camboa, Irving's book Anarchism and the Black Revolution, already dealt with and overcame the contradictions Newton is addressing here. That's something I'll check out. I'll definitely check that out because, like I said, I'm not here to dismiss or belittle anarchists, but I do disagree with them. So I look forward to checking that out. My favorite TV shows, look, honestly, and I'm biased, but like I wouldn't be able to give you a ranking, but I always mention Regina Scott King in the Watchmen series. I think it's just almost like just so fucking good. Mind you, yes, I understand all the issues with all these shows. It just varies because we're talking about dramas or things that I've watched the most. Like things that I watched the most on repeat before streaming kind of doesn't count because you're kind of at the mercy of the television. Aren't we always? And Scrubs, I've seen so much of Scrubs, so many episodes of Scrubs. It's embarrassing, but the original seasons are a good time. They have great chemistry within the cast and great moments. But I can't think of, because I don't want to cheat and give like mini series in terms of TV shows, right? Because like The Penguin was amazing, but that's just one season. Sopranos was awesome. It was fun, but also I don't know how many times I would rewatch The Sopranos. right? Like that cliche stuff. Never seen The Wire, don't care to watch it. I tried to watch it and it just isn't for me. What else? I tried watching House. I've seen a couple episodes, enjoyable, but not a big deal. And we're not talking animation, we're talking about like actual, Breaking Bad is great. I thought that Better Call Saul was better. I'm watching Pluribus or whatever it's called right now. That's a fun show. Anti-communist almost immediately. Um, I just can't really remember. Oh, The Righteous Gemstones. I'm 2 seasons behind The Righteous Gemstones. I thought I was 1 season behind. I like giving the show some time to breathe. And now I feel like I'm really behind. So Danny McBride. That whole cast is absolutely hilarious. John Goodman, man, he's one of those actors that when we lose him, we lose a great one. Whether we're talking about The Big Lebowski or Cloverfield Lane, his range is just superb. But shows like, I don't know why right now I've been really watching movies more than shows. I can't really think of anything. True Detective season 1 was absolutely worth all the hype. That was an amazing, season. I can't really think of shows right now though. So the reason why I ended up watching Gilmore Girls, and again, this is being at the mercy of television, is I would wake up early before school because I would, walk or try to catch the bus in the mornings. And so I would watch the lineup when we had cable would be the ABC Family lineup would be like Grounded for Life, Gilmore Girls, Boy Meets World. I think like it was just kind of Full House too. I would hardly ever watch Full House. It just wasn't my style. Family Matters, depending on the episode I'd watch. What else? I can't remember what else. But yes, stuff like that they would have different rotations every now and then. So again, I'd be kind of at the mercy of the television and just be like, all right, that's fine. Anything witty, I'm gonna like. And Gilmore Girls has witty writing also. Even younger, I wasn't really looking for representation on the screen. That's never been my thing. I've never been like, oh, I want to see Mi Vida on the TV. It's not me. I don't care for that shit. Because it's always done wrong and it's always uncomfortable. But TV shows, I haven't really been watching TV shows. I'm pretty behind. Oh, Ron Perlman just did an interview that's getting a lot of views. Sons of Anarchy. Great fucking show. Great fucking time. What else? I really can't remember much. I remember watching Burn Notice when it first came out on USA. I thought the first like 2 seasons were solid. I don't remember the rest. But yeah, I can't really remember shows that I'm into like that. That's difficult. I would have like to bounce off other people to start remembering shows. But yeah. Oh no, I'll say, hey, look, if I watched it, I enjoyed it. Never watched Doors Lopez. So that was a Nick at Night, right? And so I would watch it if it was on late. It was all right. I think the bit with the giant head superimposed of their old asses, that was hilarious. Yeah, we're talking about streaming. Vagabond. I've seen Squid Games and I enjoyed like the first, inception of it. I have no interest in watching the other ones. Again, if we're talking about uh streaming shows, yeah, there's a couple of them like Casa de Papel was amazing. Again, I tapped out after the original heist. I was happy with that. I don't need anything else. Yeah, we're talking about online streaming series. There's a couple that I do enjoy. But yeah, I can't really think of much right now. How we doing, Jared? How many hours are we in? Just 30 minutes. We're just chit chatting here at the start. Like, really excited for tomorrow to get you in some hot water. Shout out to the Red Nation. Shout out to Nick over there. Yeah, I kind of lost it a little bit in their chat, didn't I? So shout out to them. Hopefully it's all good and hopefully we can have a discussion someday. But one thing that I want to say is my goal is never to I don't care to have bridges with white leftists, but I understand the need for it sometimes. And if you could steal their audience, steal that shit. You know what I mean? Um, I get that, but I'm never one to put any other people in situations of burning bridges on their behalf or getting them into hot water, because I understand that my character, my personality is a little bit different. And this isn't like, I'm not trying to say it's better or the right approach. I actually think it's can be negative overall. Um, but I've never been able to bite my tongue for myself. But when it comes to other individuals, I'm not here to cause any problem for anyone else. I want the fucking problems. I want the fucking problems. I'm selfish like that. I'm greedy like that. Right? What did Pusha say about how dare you mention yay in my verses? I want all the curses. You know what I mean? That's what I want. So shout out to the Red Nation podcast, and I hope I didn't go too unhinged on their chat. All right, let's get back to this. Y'all distracted me. I was being good. I was being solid. I just want to shout out Princess Weeks because that's somebody whose work I've admired for so long, and that would be a crazy collaboration. Like I don't even know what. Like to be honest, I might be having this stuff here just to entice. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm selfish. I want all the curses. Oh man. You know, and all love and respect to the absolute WrestleMania main event that we got with Kendrick and Drake. But I hate that calls were made that put a stop to that, because we all wanted that surgical summer. And we seen, and I mean, God, man, that would have been so awesome. But I do think that unfortunately, Pusha T didn't have the weight in the industry, although definitely the credentials and the history and the respect, but not the weight in the industry that Kendrick had in order to take on and to stomp out, you know, the great not so white Canadian hope, you know? All right. That is crazy, bro. Yeah, bro, they were calling me a sexist yesterday, bro. Like you can't. Man. You know, Colombiano he has, it just hasn't been to like as it didn't grab the attention like it should have. Daga Doom keeping it alive in the Twitch chat. I don't know what Sense 8 is, Vagabond. Pluribus. Oh, Pluribus. Pluribus is really good. But they literally have a line where it's like, to not do any spoils about Stalin being a mass murderer. They have a line about that. And I was like, bro, can I enjoy one thing? Like that's why when people try to get too analytical, I get it. Again, I enjoy Princess Week's work, but like I could click on that when I'm ready to be like, all right, let's break it down. But when I'm watching something, I try my best to turn off that part of my brain, because then you won't enjoy anything. You really won't. Lynn Stacks, not with the new hip hop fans. Yeah, fans, right? While I agree with that, I'm a hater where I want the people that I despise, I want their demise to be as public, as attention grabbing as possible. Right? It's not enough for me to enjoy it. I want the whole world to witness it. Yeah. uh, the analysis is part of the fun for sure, but I'm more concerned when I'm watching something, when I'm consuming, you know, media. I'm more concerned about the plot, the character development, and even secondary, but not really, because you know, there's a reason why I won't read certain comics. It's a visual medium. If I'm not, if I'm not satisfied with the visuals, I'm not gonna read it. Write a fucking novel in that case, right? Uh, respectfully, with TV, films, whatever, it's also that, right? Like I'm judging, the lighting. The lighting is it's and the reason why I'm obsessed with the lighting here is because I find so much lighting on shows now so fucking atrocious, and I don't understand why. I forgot what we were. Oh, I was watching No Other Choice, which is an amazing fucking movie. Amazing fucking movie. Love the ending. I adore the ending. Like the ending for me was like, this is why I watch movies. Like it was like, oh man, like thank you. Especially after the disappointment of Weapons with their fucking spineless ending. Anywho, um, so happy with No Other Choice, but there is a portion in the beginning of No Other Choice where the lighting looks like it's a fucking Netflix show. And before, the stigma of the Netflix show and their lighting and their sets, it was Lifetime shit where everything's so fucking bright, right? It's either too bright or too fucking dark. It's so fucking annoying. It's like take your time to create a set and lighting that will enhance the experience for the fucking viewer and tell us something about the story. Like the lighting can tell you so much about the vibe, the nuance, the atmosphere. And when you just overexpose everything or make everything too fucking dark, what do you? It's part of all that shit is everything you put on the screen is part of the story. Hallmark, yes, that's what it was. Hallmark, yes, it wasn't Lifetime, it was Hallmark. Yeah, you're right, you're right. So there was a portion where and I was so disappointed because I was so excited. My expectations were so high for No Other Choice. I was lucky enough to see an early screening of it, and I almost walked out because I'm like, if this is how it's gonna look, I don't give a fuck how good the story is. I don't give a damn how well these actors like perform because everyone killed it. Like everyone killed it in that movie. I was gonna walk out. I was like, I have to put my foot down. I have to. It matters to me, right? And thankfully it switched up, and I can't pinpoint. I got to rewatch it where it switches. But after watching it, I was like, "Ooh, maybe that was intentional. Maybe that was intentional." And if it is, it's like compliments to the fucking chef. If it was intentional, yeah. Oh man. Yeah, Dr. Dune in the Twitch chat with a little bit of the spoilers. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I was just like, I just rolled my eyes like, really? You had so many options of individuals to talk about, but you had to. And then now, unfortunately, I am going to have to do that kind of post viewing of Pluribus or whatever it's called, of whether or not it's just a straight up anti-communist show, which it seems to be, but I think I'm on episode 4 right now, and there's other, I think, personal factors for why it might not just be an anti-communist piece. Although the premise kind of is anti-communist. It's so fucking good. If you haven't, try checking it. Like really, you have to watch this. No Other Choice is absolutely fucking amazing. This is a beautiful. I mean, this is hilarious once you watch it. But I love this cover. It's so fucking. This poster is so fucking gorgeous. Yeah. And Park is just amazing. Um, this one I like because it gives everyone a little bit of a FaceTime, which I always appreciate. Um, and Homie is so like, if we're talking about beautiful men, like this man is you know first round draft pick over here. Let me see, because he did a movie called I Saw the Devil that is just amazing. Lee Bong Hun. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. I Saw the Devil is he's fucking phenomenal in this. 2010. Fuck. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was awesome in JoJo. I think he did a movie called The Weird, The Strange, and Well, I'm pretty sure he did. Yes, this is where I first saw him. 2008, The Good, the Bad, and the Weird. This is a fun fucking movie. This movie is so much fun, man. If you and some shots in this, and there's another actor. I didn't watch this for him. I watched this for is it this guy? Yeah, Song Kang Ho. Such a fun actor. And yeah, okay, so I knew him first from The Host. That's where I first saw him, and I remember watching The Host on like, was it the Sci-Fi Channel or something like that? It was like a big deal because it was like a premiere. 2006. There you go. Great fucking actor. And like I always mention, I think one of my favorite movies of all time. Um, and I haven't really seen those actors in anything else. It's called Shoplifters from 2018. Man, this movie fucking destroyed me. So beautiful, so dark. Um, and just the premise of, let me see the cast here. Um, found family. So powerful. Oh man, this guy, Lily Frank. What else has he been in? I need to watch some of his other stuff. Like Father, Like Son. Ah, all right. So homie just does movies that are just gonna make me cry. All right, that's good to know. What a good guy. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's get to it. Oh, the host is, and the thing is, it was only last year that I really got into horror movies. I ended up purchasing Talk to Me. It was on sale. I think it was like $10 or something, 4K. And not only did it have some really great scenes that made you uncomfortable and were frightening. Um, but there is a scene in Talk to Me that just crushed my soul. And if you've lost anyone close to you and you have at any moment just craved um holding them again, I never in my life thought that a horror movie it could move me like that. It made me feel so compassionate and so sympathetic towards a character like this movie did. And I was like, oh, this is something special. Didn't like the ending. But um it's not that I didn't like the ending. I think just one shot should have been removed from the ending. I don't think we should have ever. Anyways. Talk to Me. You have to watch it. I hate spoiling shit. I really do. I don't care how old the movie is. I hate spoiling stuff. I recently watched When Harry Met Sally for the first time. Literally threw it on because I didn't want to like. I was like, all right, just play whatever because I need to eat and I need to hurry up. It was already late. I didn't think it was gonna be good. I never really cared for Diamond, whatever his name is, first name is. Um, I'd seen him in Anger. No, not Anger Management. That's later. In what is it? The one that he does with, it's not Robert De Niro. He does it with no, it is Robert De Niro, right? When Harry Met Sally. Let's see. Cast, come on, give me the cast. Yeah, Crystal. Yeah, Crystal. Did I call him Diamond? That's funny. Billy Crystal, but he did a movie called Analyze This. Thank you so much. Uh is it De Juan? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Analyze This. I remember watching that. It was on TV years ago. And that's the only thing I really liked him in. And he's never really got my attention. Obviously, it doesn't really count as the voice of Mike, but nothing that he's done has really caught my attention ever. Like I've never seen anything for him. Analyze This was for Robert De Niro. But yeah, if I look at all his films, and I don't think I've seen any of this. I don't have no interest to watch these. I did know that him and Robin Williams and and yeah, anywho, they had like a trio thing going on. Didn't care. Wasn't for me. And so I really wasn't expecting much. It's a great fucking movie. It's a great fucking movie. Like I think it has earned all the hype. And I was completely shocked. And credit to them for including what is the director's name that just unfortunately was murdered by his son, Rob Reiner. Yeah, they. So I was watching it and I was streaming it, and they included a memory of Rob Reiner and his wife, which I thought was um something that really went out of the way to do, and I think that was special. Uh, so, but yeah, and again, the one thing that I really appreciated was their attire. Ooh, man, they had some great looks. This one actually is the worst one of the whole film. Um, but I was laughing that they kept making Sally the most well dressed of her girlfriends, and I was like, come on now, like you gotta give the girlfriends a little something. You know, she's already so much more. She's already such a beautiful actress that you gotta let the other women in the movie hang a little bit, at least with the clothing. But they were brutal to the other ones, giving them like really mundane clothing. Um, that is so fucking funny. I could not put the name to the best friend in the movie, and it was Carrie Fisher, and I could not. The haircut was throwing me off. I literally said, "Is that the mother from Home Improvement?" That is hilarious. Ah, man. How was it? Great. Maggie, I'm somebody that firmly believes that you should have platonic friendships with the opposite sex, or with, the sex that you're attracted to. How about that? I think that is important and healthy. And this idea that um there is going to be an attraction, there really is, in terms of like somebody that you can befriend and be comfortable with. That, I think, that is part of it, but we misunderstand that attraction, and we conflate it with this over sexualized generation, or not generation, but just society. We conflate it with sexual desire, right? Especially, men that we are conditioned to believe that, like, in order to be a man, in order to live up to your manhood, you should be conquering and acquiring all these female bodies, right? And that's the way that we're taught. And so, unless you find somebody unattractive, you wouldn't befriend them. And I think that is so fucking unhealthy. And it makes it's almost predatory, right? To have this perception that I find you attractive, and thus I need to obtain you. I need to obtain your body. Like I've never understood that. I don't know, because maybe because I've had the benefit of having some just very early in my, in age, having great conversation with women, that kind of let me know really early on, like, oh, like I can learn so much from them that I cannot learn because of socialization, because of this conditioning of how, men and boys should be acting, and the type of conversations they should be having, that I can't have with, my male peers. We talked about alcohol and how, you have a few drinks and then you can finally express yourself, this and that. I've always been overly expressive and overly communicative with my male friends, and I know for a fact that, made them uncomfortable in the sense of pushing them to express themselves. And when you have female friends, that's not really there. They're fucking yapping. you know, they're sharing their thoughts and feelings with you, which is so healthy and essential. And you need that in order to be a better partner in your own relationships, because you start bottling shit up, and suddenly your partner is playing fucking therapist. And it's like, bro, like what are you doing? You're a grown ass man. Like, express yourself and talk about hey, that hurt my feelings. Hey, that made me uncomfortable. Or hey, you know what? I don't like this or I don't like that. Or I need a little bit more to that. Whatever it is, you have to talk about it. Nobody's a fucking mind reader. Even your soulmate is not a mind reader. So you need to communicate with them. And I truly believe that you need to have these platonic friendships with women to learn and how, to speak to each other. And more importantly, for them to fucking check your ass and be like, estás pendejo. You're mistreating homegirl. Or hey, get your shit together. But you need to be honest with both of each other of how you're feeling with, whether or not suddenly there are emotions growing. You have to be honest about that. I've had the misfortune of, yes, finding certain individuals attractive and being like, I think we should just be friends. And then they're like, oh, okay. And we stay friends. And the moment that they find a partner, they cut me off. And it's like, well, hold on. When I had the opportunity, to initiate something, I chose friendship over whatever short-lived thing it was going to be. I'm easily distracted. I easily get bored. I'm just being honest. And if we agree that like, hey, we're just going to remain friends, for me, that's an understanding that we're going to remain friends even as we have, relationships. And I would introduce you to whatever partner I would have or not have. And I would expect the same because that's what fucking friends do. Because I treat my male friends, or I have the same expectations of my male friends as I do of my female friends. If the homie wants to, bring his lady around or their partner around and introduce me, I have the same expectations of homegirls. It's just the same fucking thing. And so for me, it feels like a big fucking betrayal. It feels like a big betrayal when suddenly you get in a relationship and it's like, oh, wait, our friendship is over. It's like, oh, were you just kind of, and women, I'm certain you experience this even more, right? Without question. It's like, oh, wait, did you just agree to be friends with me and maybe hopes that something would happen over time? That just because we have chemistry and there is some attraction there, things will switch up? Because I'm not really like that. I've always had this problem of like, if I like you, it's usually from the jump and I'm letting you know, because I don't like this fucking weirdo. Oh, we're just friends. And then you're trying to sneak out of the friend zone thing. That's always creepy to me. It's disingenuous. I'm blunt. I'm overly honest. And I try to be as gentle with my truth now as I can be. But I'll let you know off the bat. I do not hide shit. I do not hide shit. Yeah, I'm sure overall women experience this a lot more, because there is that creepy kind of, again, for me it's very predator. Like I know there's levels to it. I know people have gotten like a little butthurt when I call Noah Samson a stealther by omission, or when I reference him violating women's consent, because they assume the automatic worst thing. But I'm like, no, there's levels to everything. So when I say I find it like predatory, I'm not saying these people are trying to like roofie me or any wild shit like that. What I'm saying is that you're kind of lurking and waiting and you're hiding your intent like a predator would. So, so for me, it's kind of like, just be honest. And if you can't be friends with me because there is an attraction and you have hope that it'll, someday things will turn around, we can't be friends, because I'm over here trying to invest in a friendship and you're over here waiting out for something more. But you have to be honest about this shit. And it's a little embarrassing. It's very vulnerable. I get that. We've all been on both sides of those things. But honesty is always the best policy. So I really enjoyed this movie. Yes, I did enjoy this movie. And I was not expecting this at all. I mean, I think we all know it for the cliche diner scene. But I enjoyed that it dealt with that conversation of like, hey, can we be friends? There's my rant about a fucking movie that came out when 1989, and it held up. It's a great time. Is it a better rom-com? Because my opinion, the best rom-com, and I'll put it up with anybody else's favorite. Let me know what your favorite rom-com is. It's not my favorite genre, but I think the best rom-com, 50 First Dates. I think 50 First Dates is the best rom-com. Um, Man, it just fucking wrecks you, you know? I was expecting some dumbass Adam Sandler shit, who's not my favorite, and it really hits you. Um, all right, where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might not always be malicious, but you have to be honest when things start, festering. Once in a summer. Hmm. I'll have to check that out. Oh, to John Trudell. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It might be the partner's fault, Lynn Stack. Why do you have a partner that is so insecure? You know what I mean? That I've never liked those excuses. Oh, my partner this or my partner that. Because if you're friends and you're homies and you got love for each other and whatnot, why are you with somebody that is so insecure, that is so untrustworthy of you? Or in turn, why are you so untrustworthy, right? Like, what's going on here, bro? Like, I trust you as a friend. Why doesn't this individual trust you as a partner? Which is a greater commitment than friendship in some senses, in some sense. But that's what I'm saying. I manifesto like this whole thing. Oh, we're just, out of respect for my partner. Well, how has anything that we've been doing as friends, platonic friends, how would that be disrespectful? You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't do anything with my homeboys that I wouldn't do with my homegirls that would be, deemed disrespectful. Uh, like if I had a partner and they were doing it with their friends or homeboys, I wouldn't find anything that I do to be disrespectful. Why would you be doing that? That's weird. All right. Mm. And James, come on, man. No spoilers. This just came out in 1989. uh, in my opinion, mainstream American culture doesn't comprehend the concept of friendships beyond BS. Yep, you're right. Um, People being upfront and emotionally intelligent are rare. I think it's just scary. I look. I'll be generous. I think that it's frightening, to be honest. I think it's frightening, to be honest. Um, Lynn Stack when I was in my 20. All right, all right. It is not a sin. It is not a fault to feel insecure. But you can't like curate your partner's relationships to adhere to your insecurities. Mm. I mean, we're all insecure to a certain extent, and I've always been a little bit weird of like being overly self-aware to kind of fall too heavy into insecurities. I'm very, very comfortable in who I am, both my limitations and whatever benefits that I can bring to the table. And I know, like, it sounds very conceited, and we're gonna talk about a narcissist in a bit. Um, but please understand, there is no one like you. There is no one like you. You are irreplaceable. There is no one else like you. Hold that shit dear and true to you. There is no one like you. They will never replace you. They might find someone else, they might move on, but you cannot be replaced. You are one of one. All right. And if you're true to yourself, that becomes more and more evident. You can never be replaced. And with that knowledge, love yourself and love who you are. And so those insecurities that you have will start to diminish. I'm not saying they're going to fade away, but they're going to diminish when you truly, truly appreciate the fact that you are unique, that there will never be someone like you, and that what you bring to the table and how you can make people happy is a way that only you can bring to them. So when you understand that, you start taking things a whole lot less personal in terms of relationships and romantic relationships, because you start realizing that it's not most of the time it's not about you and what you did, right? If you're not being grimy, it's about what, the growing pains of the individual and their growth and their, and how they're changing in life. That's more often what causes, the friction or the separation. And when I talk about being honest, people hold on to things that they're not happy with and stay in environments that they're not content in. And in fear of being on their own and not having a safety net to come home to or to cling on to, they try to have the best of both worlds. Be like, well, I'm going to keep that and I'm going to look around to see if I can find something better. And it's like, but then you're not truly investing your time on this opportunity that you have to create happiness, right? But that's out of fear of being on your own. Excuse me. And that's where the insecurities start rising of like, is this other individual doing the same thing? Am I just a placeholder? Right? But if you're just honest and be like, no, this is me, this is where I'm at, come join me in the journey if we can, and let's contribute to each other's happiness and lives, and let's face problems together, and let's create problems together that we resolve. If you're just honest with shit, it's so freeing to just be honest. It really is. And to be caring for each other and to be willing to be vulnerable and take the risk of being, in a relationship. It's not easy. It's not difícil. It's fucking frightening. And you could throw your fucking life away on something that doesn't end up working out. But that's why it's so important to give the best of yourself, so that when it does end, because everything ends, you can say, hey, I tried my fucking best. And you can walk away with your head held high, maybe some fucking tears running down, but your head held high that I did my best as a partner, right? And my best did not align with their needs, but I did my best. And that shouldn't be a knock on you. You just weren't for that person. Or maybe you were for a little while and then you weren't, because you both grew. But if you do your best and you're as honest as possible, that's not on you, homie. That's not on you. That's just life. All right. Insecurities are political. Ooh, what? I like that. Hold on. I like that. I totally miss. No, I think that's. Did you mean Dr. Sean? Insecurities are political? I'm misspelling everything. I don't care at this point. Leaning into insecurities and ugliness as an essential politic. Insecure subject. Okay, look. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll read this on my own. If this was like on if they had put this on something else, I'd be more willing to read this. But I see this is their own website. No disrespect to them. I'm not. Maybe this is stereotyping, but a lot of these kind of self-help stuff can get a little too culty for me. Come a little too like, come join us. You know what I'm saying? So I'll check this out another time. But thank you for the recommendation. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. All right. All right. Let's get back to this. I don't know how y'all did this to me. I'm blaming Yipper for now and forever. I had to read it first. I got to read stuff before I play, share it. All right. Let's get to it. Red Sea, Eternal Spotless of the Sunshine Mind is one of my favorite romantic movies. I don't know if I call it a rom-com though. But For me, like my weird, like, oh, I'm unique picks in terms of English movies of favorite romantic films. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, I think, is a beautiful love story. Great cast, great fucking heavy hitters. Mark Ruffalo plays like a supporting character in that. It's great. But my second one is Donnie Darko. Donnie Darko is 100% a love story. He literally goes out smiling, knowing and appreciating the life that and moments that he could have shared and the love that he could have experienced, and chooses to remain in that bed, knowing that it would grant this love that never was the opportunity to live. That is love. That is beautiful. Anywho, uh, I don't, William. I'm now you're just spamming. And you're not making any sense. Why wrongly mind? Politics don't murder. Jesus is big mistake. Yeah, I think you're just. I'm just gonna ban you because you're not making any sense. And you're just spamming. So I'm sorry about that. But just kind of be coherent if you're gonna go rattling off. The manic pixie dream girl trope sucks. Sounds like somebody never got one. No, just kidding. Sounds like one ever broke your heart home. Somebody does have a great video on the manic pixie girl. I can't remember who it was right now. You're not wrong, but also like, in all seriousness, if you haven't experienced that, because 500 Days of Summer, you know what I mean? All right. No. It's Yipper. It's Yipper. That's who we're blaming. All right. Ignoring y'all for a bit. Here we go. This is a class society. It always has been. This reactionary class society places its limitations on individuals, not just in terms of their occupation, but also regarding self-expression, being mobile and being free to really be creative and do anything they want. The class society prevents this. This is true not only for the mass of the lower or subjugated class, it is also true within the ruling class, the master class. That class also limits the freedoms of the individual souls of the people which comprise it. Thank you so much, Linstack. In the upper class, the individuals always try to free themselves from these limitations, the artificial limitations placed upon him through external sources, namely some hierarchy that goes by the name of state or governmental administration. In America, we have not only a class society, we also have a caste system, and Black people are fitted into the lowest caste. They have no mobility for going up the class ladder. They have no privilege to enter the ruling class structure at all. Within the ruling class, they're objecting, resisting, because the people have found that they're completely subjected to the will of the administration and to the manipulators. This brings about a very strange phenomenon in American. I always thought he meant in America, and the end was like, I don't know. That is, many of the rebelling white students and the anarchists are the offspring of this master class. Surely, most of them have a middle class background and some even upper class. They see the limitations imposed upon them and know they're striving, as all men strive, to get freedom of the soul, freedom of expression, and the freedom of movement without the artificial limitations from antique values. Blacks and colored people in America, confined within the caste system, are discriminated against as a whole group of people. It's not a question of individual freedom as it is for the children of the upper classes. We haven't reached the point of trying to free ourselves individually because we're dominated and oppresses as a group of people. Am I just misreading certain stuff? But I feel like And oppressed as a group. So instead of an S, a D, and then the American one over here is just America. Or am I just misreading this stuff? Part of the people of this country, which is a great part of the youth themselves, but they're not doing this as a group of people because as a group, they're already free to an extent. Their problem is not a group problem, really, because they can easily integrate into the structure. They can always sell out, and most do. They buy in. Potentially, they're mobile enough to do this. They're the educated ones, the future of the country, and so forth. I mean, the whole hippie movement. What do they all fucking do? They bought in. They can easily gain a certain amount of power over the society by integrating into the rulership circle. But they see that even within the rulership circle, there are still antique values that have no respect for individualism. They find themselves subjugated, no matter what class they're in. They find themselves subjugated because of the nature of this class society. So their fight is to free the individual's soul. And that's why when we talk about like rainbow washing or even pink washing, this obsession with like, well, look at Iran, women aren't allowed to wear bikinis or shit like this, or well, Hamas was, mass murdering gay individuals, all this stuff like that. That is the primary concern of the individual, right? And I know that might sound like dismissive of women's right or queer rights. That's not what I'm saying. Is when you're in a position of privilege, you prioritize that over the, liberation of the collective. This brings about another problem. They're being ruled by an alien source that has nothing to do with freedom of individual expression. They want to escape this, to overturn this, but they see no need to form a structure or a real disciplined vanguard movement. Their reasoning is that by setting up a disciplined organization, they feel they'd be replacing the old structure with other limitations. They fear they'd be setting themselves up as directing the people, therefore limiting the individual again. And that is a concern that I've heard from anarchists that, hey, you're just recreating the hierarchies and the very same structures that we're supposed to be dismantling. And the pushback that I agree with and that I've heard is like, well, no, because it's no longer, the structure is no longer being led by the capitalist ruling class, is no longer the dictatorship of a capitalist. But what they don't understand, or it seems that they don't, but what they don't understand, or it seems that they don't understand, is as long as the military industrial complex exists, then the structure of oppression of the individual continues. An individual would be threatened even if he were to achieve his freedom he's seeking. He'll be threatened because there will be an organized lower group. They're ready to strip him of his individual freedom at any moment. And that's why, like, we're just out organized. That is the cold, hard, brutal truth, is that we're out organized. And so much of, the quagmire that we find ourselves in as a left is that we're unorganized. And yeah, I mean, you can call it fascistic, you say whatever you want, but within that lack of organization is because we lack discipline. And I'm guilty of that shit. I lack the discipline not to buy dumb shit sometimes. I lack the discipline to do the consistent reading that I should be doing. I lack the discipline, to organize and to be showing up to meetings and to stay in communication with comrades and to, be in community. Like, I lack that discipline. And a lot of it is because I'm selfish. Sure, I can make the excuses, hey, I lack the time because of work, the commute, the family responsibilities. And I always go back and I think about all the individuals that had so much more responsibility on their plate and so little to work with and still managed to organize. So what the fuck is our excuse, right? What is our collective excuse to not organize? That's not to minimize or dismiss the fact that the state has had the upper hand, has had now decades to, infiltrate, to not even, it's wild because we talk about infiltration a lot. To infiltrate means that they're look, the definition of infiltrate, right? Watch. What does do infiltrate? So infiltrate. Enter or gain access to an organization, place, etc. Whether all right, I got this. Surreptitiously? Ooh, no, that's let me see if I get this one. Hold on. This one's gonna be the harder one.
Surreptitiously.
Surreptitiously. I want to say rep, but it's surreptitiously. All right. And gradually, especially in order to acquire secret information. All right. To permeate. Cool. It's to the point that we're at, and this is not to fearmonger, but just to be honest, is that they don't have to infiltrate. They're setting this shit up. They're setting up organizations that you enter. And that's why it's so important to look at the history of these organizations. And it's like, all right, well, who founded them? Because if you don't do that, you're gonna. Who's that weirdo?
I'm afraid of like talking to people
Thank you so much.
who are outside of my race.
Who's that weirdo from the East Coast? I think he's Afro Latino. Which I just I'm such an idiot. Round it down to him. the filter system did not change from like I'm an idiot. Okay. I forget their name, but they're a LaRoucheite. And it's like, if you don't study the history of these organizations and why I talk about the significance and importance of studying these organizations, you're going to join an organization that was like, from its inception, is working against us. And so it's important, going forward. And that's why I end the stream with his quote saying, organize with eyes wide open. I'm not saying not to join an organization that isn't perfect from its inception. It's just be aware of what you're joining. Be educated on what you're committing yourself, your time and your effort to. I've seen these people that are very intelligent and hardworking go above and beyond for companies that will fire them just like that. And it's like, hey, like, I appreciate that you're a hard worker and I like working with you and you're awesome, but I'm gonna need you to chill out a little bit because you're working too hard. I'm seeing it. Let us all distribute, the weight of this task more evenly so that you don't burn yourself out. And I understand some people feel either sometimes useless or lazy when they're not working that hard. But it's like, know what you're working hard for, right? That's all I'm saying. What's my opinion on the PSO? I was going to join the PSO a few years ago. It's just when I found out that Brian Becker was kind of a bit of a weirdo in the sense of like endorsing Roseanne Barr, which should have never been a thing. Excuse me, how that doesn't get you like booted off any leadership position is beyond me, especially like that decision got worse and worse. Like it aged so poorly. It's not just that, it's other criticisms of like, I appreciate Eugene Perrier's work in Breakthrough News. I sincerely think that Eugene is a genuine individual. I think that he is too optimistic to the point of naivete, if you will. You know what I mean? And to the point where I'm like, are you just really this kind? Because he seems like a really, really kind individual. Like that's just the energy that he gives off. And I don't. And I don't want to criticize that because it's something that I struggle with, being kind. But there are certain moves and certain statements that they made that just, look, I'll give you an example. Fuck it. Let's get distracted from this a third time. Jesus, what? Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, they were on bad faith. Okay, here. I think it's early on.
I think that's the fundamental tension. I'll speak for myself, but I think I also do speak for others on the left, that Zoran has presented to us. It's the concern that using the collectivism language, and I'm a socialist and all of this, it's I agree with it, but if you're ultimately putting that label on a capitalist private partner business relationship with New York landlords kind of scheme where Jessica Tisch still retains her place of influence, her sphere of influence, then are you diluting the left's message? Are you deluding people into believing that this is in fact a more revolutionary action than is necessary? And while we're excited to see Walter Goggins in the in the audience of a Zoran inauguration event, is that ultimately all of us being distracted from a bigger fight that we should be taking on precisely because of the existential nature of the climate threat and other sorts of things? And to that end, this bigger question, yes, well, there's this question of is Zoran wittingly or unwittingly the latest sort of balm or a kind of a release valve from the tensions of capitalism? Is he providing a cover for the evils that we should be aligned against with leadership like Zoran, given how compelling he is and all of the things we've talked about on this podcast at length? Let's use him as a transition to this Venezuela stuff, because one of his sort of missteps that was critiqued by the left was a remark that he made in an interview at some point.
See, Brianna, we're going to cover a tweet of yours later. Misstep. It's not a misstep. It was a calculated response to align with empire. It is a calculated response to align with empire. It was not a misstep. He did not misspoke. It wasn't an oopsie, a verbal accident. No. It was a calculated response to align with empire and push imperial propaganda. What Mamdani said about Maduro is no different than what Bad Empanada said about Maduro. And you see, both of them are advocating for and justifying and providing cover for the empire to coup these individuals by smearing them, by calling them authoritarians, by calling them dictators, by saying that they're mass murderers, that they're mass disappearing individuals in Venezuela. Yeah, the fucking pueblo rallies behind a mass murdering, mass disappearing individual. Homie, they would be... Okay.
Months ago during the campaign, where he was asked about Maduro, and he was sort of maybe pressured a little, but maybe voluntarily chose to describe him as a dictator.
Hold on. We'll hear from Jorge Ramos right now. Maybe pressured? See, why are we coddling these fucking grown-ass men? Maybe pressured? He's not offering him a drag of a cigarette. Like broken record ass shit. Fucking, oh yeah. Pressured, come on, man. Maybe.
Months ago during the campaign, where he was asked about Maduro, and he was sort of maybe pressured a little, but maybe voluntarily chose to describe him as a dictator.
I wonder if you're reluctant to call them dictators in Cuba and Venezuela.
I'm not reluctant. I just haven't thought about them that often. I'll be honest with you. I think that Maduro's government is one of repression. There's no question about it. And I think
it's in Cuba.
Sorry?
And also it's happened in Cuba since 1959.
And I think
since 1959, Batista was a hero. The Miami baptism. Apparently, to Brianna Joy Gray, Zoran Mamdani was fucking forced into the water. He's like squirming, shaking, and it's like, it's almost over, don't worry. Whereas Bad Empanada was like diving headfirst into the Miami baptism.
The repression that, whether we're speaking about Cuban New Yorkers or Venezuelan New Yorkers, that they have had to live through, is a repression that stands in a clear contrast from what our vision is here.
And at the time...
Always, just like Bernie, These nationalist socialists over here, these social nationalists, national socialists everywhere. This coffee, bro. I'm not digging it. I don't know if the cold brew kind of is. I don't know. It's a little aftertaste I'm not vibing with. It's not bad, or it might be the oat milk. I don't know. Anyway. Diallo has his oat milk chai latte, and I just go oat milk with cold brew. That's it. You tell me who's more working. No, his streams have been on point lately. Anywho, I seen a comment, and I agree with you here. I think Bad Empanada's statement about Maduro was way worse and way more blatantly aggressive towards Maduro. But yeah, I did not like Mamdani's statement about Maduro. It was objectively worse. It was objectively worse, and it's fucking hilarious that people like claim that Bad Empanada's a third worldist. It's like, bro, like he's a European playing. He's a European cosplaying as a Latino, bro. Have some self-respect. Why the fuck are... He's the... what was her name? Rachel... It was something with the Zolasar, was it? No. I don't know who this is going to be here. Was that who it was? I don't know. What was that? Like, what would you call that? Blackface, I guess? Rachel. I forget her name. Oh, here we go. Dolezal? Oh, Dolezal. Like, this is... Bad Empanada is the Latin Rachel Dolezal. That's who Bad Empanada is. It's fucking pathetic. When he called himself Latino, I was like, I can't take you seriously anymore. I can't take you seriously anymore, bro. You're delusional. You're this level of delusional. If you think that moving to Argentina makes you Latino, it's like beyond me, bro. Man. The European Bad Empanada is the Latino Rachel Dolezal. Fucking hilarious, man. Y'all remember, right, when he called himself Latino? When he's like, "We? What do you mean, we?" Let's see. Assaulted. I assaulted him. Homie, if I assaulted you, you wouldn't be breathing. It's that simple. There's a reason why I only fucking call out these big ass motherfuckers that want to fucking that train and have experience. Oh man. Here we go. Where is it? Well, see, I hate when I just want the word we. Who is we? Here we go. Yeah, I don't know where he says it, but who's we? Maybe.
Who's we?
Oh,
Say
yeah.
collective.
Yeah.
Anti-black, anti-indigenous as fuck, right? So the competition is stiff. So when we say, and we do
Who's we?
say it collectively,
We do say, what, have you polled the entirety of Latin America on this?
I don't like to speak too generally sometimes, but we say this all collectively. We all are in agreement. Fuck Argentina every single fucking day of the week.
We. Okay. You're a Mexican and you think you're part of the team here. It's very interesting. I mean, you claim to be at least. I doubt you are, but I mean, I'll go with your own self.
I have never in my life had somebody, look, a white person nonetheless, say that I'm not Mexican, which, I mean, bro, like this man doesn't see color anymore. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to him. Holy shit, man. if you say you're Mexican. And look, this is it's a you know, we have fucked up sayings over here for sure. But you know, when you're acting a little too whitewashed, when you're acting a little bit like you know, you're aligning too much with European shit, you know, we'll check each other and be like, wait, con el nopal en la frente, cabrón. Con el nopal en la frente. And I can see the argument that that might be anti-indigenous, this and that, because it's kind of poking fun at the fact that, homie, like, you look like a bean, dog. You have these, you know, features that make you very clearly not European. So much so that it's like if you had cactus growing out of your forehead. That's how evident it is that you're not white. So we say con el nopal en la frente, right? Which is anti-indigenous. Yeah, but I'm just being honest, right? I'm not advocating for this to be slang or whatever, but I'm saying I've heard that like thrown around, right? Sí, güey, you know, con el nopal en la frente, cabrón, like cálmate, right? It usually comes from like older folks who, you know, came here later in life or whatever. But that's to check yourself, you know, to check the pochos like myself, you know, to be like, hey, like, calm down, bro. You're still brown. You know what I mean? So, look, apparently, to better than that, I pass. You know? I passed the paper bag test over here or some shit. Good to know. Good to know. Goddamn. Maybe the only person in the world. I've heard that too from much young. Really? Huh. I don't really, you know, I don't really hear that from younger people. That's interesting.
Self-identification. You lack the cultural context for this. You know, Mexicans and Argentines do not interact at all. Mexico is not a globally geopolitically important country. It's like practically on the other side of the world from Argentina.
Man, like, I don't know how somebody falls in love with a country like this. I really don't understand it. Like, if he was born and raised in Argentina, I'd be like, oh, I understand it. Patria, whatever. I get it. Nationalism, I get it. But just like his obsession with trying to like big up Argentina is like so fucking pathetic, bro. That's the reason why he's like, Maduro has mass disappeared and mass murdered more people than anyone in Argentina's history. And it's like, all right, bro. But I want the one where he's like, who's we? You're not part of us. I don't think, I don't know if that was it, but that shit had me dying, bro. Oh, well, we'll move on from this because it's just too funny. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it is, right? Where he says, you think you're part of the team. And then he talks about soccer for a while, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm the worst being when it comes to soccer and sports. I find all that shit fucking boring. But hey, it is what it is. There's another part where it says we. Oh, well. Oh, and this is fun, though. This is fun here.
Identity politics. It's black population, all this other stuff. By the way, do you see how good I am at identity politics? Everything that I just did, that was identity politics.
Bro, and then I'll move on. Then I'll move on. The way that and Dr. Horn talks about this, how Europeans manage to manipulate reality to be like, oh, what I do is an identity politics. What I do is in American politics. Bro, that's all you do. That's all Biden Panada does. That's all he does. So much so that somehow he just tricked himself to believe that he's not European. All you do is identity politics, bro. This whole like, oh, you're American, you're this and that, not recognizing the internal colonies within America. It's cute. It's cute. But that's identity politics. That's quite literally identity politics. But when they do it, it's never identity politics. Notice they're too intellectual. They're so above us intellectually that when they do so, it's never identity politics. It's cute though. All right. And for those of you wondering what I'm talking about, I don't know if it was in his main channel or this, but bro is such a fucking tryhard. Look at this shit. It's so fucking pathetic. I don't give a fuck about communism. I just want, what is this? Bro, why isn't this? Oh, okay. I guess that's it. He just cropped it kind of weird. I don't give a fuck about communism. I just want revenge on the first world. Bro, you're European. You're part of the first world. Your family helped colonize Australia, and then you went to go gentrify Argentina. You are part of the first world, dog. I don't know what to tell you. You have you have how many fucking subscribers? Look, just on the live channel, he has 100K. 100K subscribers on his live channel. Hey, shout out. There's a lot of suckers out there. There's a lot of desperate people. 100K. And then on his main channel, 208,000. 208,000 subscribers. And he's living in Argentina when it has one of the worst economies in the fucking world. You think this gentrifier isn't living like a fucking king? There's a reason why he dodged coming to the belly of the beast and he went to Argentina. There's a reason. Because it's easier to wag your finger and yap. There's a reason why he doesn't talk about fucking organizing. He does not talk about organizing in Argentina. He doesn't talk about how he's squaring up with Melee. You don't hear that shit. It's cute though. All right, let's get back to this.
Folks said, well, whatever you think about Maduro, using this kind of language is providing the justification for increased military escalation against Venezuela. If you start referring to him in these sorts of terms, well, then you give cover for whatever intervention that the Donald Trump administration might choose. And now here we are. And I want to play you this clip of Mamdani in the same press conference being asked about what he thinks about the January 3rd raid, airstrikes, and capture of Venezuela's president.
As well as other members of my team, I called the president and spoke with him directly to register my opposition to this act and to make clear that it was an opposition based on being opposed to a pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international law, and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day.
And what was his response to you in that conversation?
Woo! You told him, Mamdani. You told him. Woo! You told that. Is it safe to say it, sir? Yeah, okay. You told that fascist that you weren't happy with this. Nah. Bro, I know YouTube changed a lot of fucking usernames, so I'm not sure if I've seen you around in the chat, but you coming in here dropping a gem like that, he's a passport proletariat. Fuck. I will forever be jealous. I will forever be jealous that I did not come up with that. That is so fucking good. You know, and I tell people this, and it's weird, but like when you really, 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 really admire, like, whether somebody being witty or just having comedic timing, there's some jokes that you admire more than you even laugh at. You're kind of like, it's like watching a beautiful painting, right? You're not really thinking about the skills required to paint it and the strokes and the color. You're not thinking about that. You're just in awe of its beauty. I'm in awe of that. A passport proletariat. Proletariat. Fucking A, man. You gotta love that shit. Yeah. Bad empanada, the passport proletariat. There you go. There you go.
That be consistent each and every day.
And what was his response to you in that conversation?
I registered my opposition. I made it clear, and we left it at that.
All right. Before I obviously have thoughts and feelings about this. What's your reaction to that?
Well, my first reaction is I'm glad that he got big applause when he said it, and I think that says a lot about how people feel about this action. Secondly, I'm glad.
That's your first reaction, bro? Your first reaction, bro, is that you're glad people applauded his fucking bullshit? And I do think that Eugene is sincere when he says that. That's what hurts the most. is I feel like a bully. I know he's a grown ass man. I get it. Look, has done more and is more well read, more educated, has put in the work like I could only dream of achieving someday. Like this fool was in Haiti reporting on the fucking ground. He's not one of these fucking do nothing leftists. He's not part of the Wonder Bread tube. He's not that. He's not just finger wagging like I would have run that fucking shit to the ground. The passport proletariat, the European bad empanada. No, Eugene shows up, you know, he prays with his feet. I admire that. I really do, sincerely do. And I do think that he's sincere when he's like, I'm glad that people, you know, clapped in opposition to this and that. But my first reaction to that is Mamdani is bullshitting and people are eating that shit up. That is a cause for concern, not celebration. That is a cause for concern of how uneducated, you know, people are and how liberals manipulate us. That's what I'm worried about.
I'm glad he said it. I'm glad he did it. I'm glad he called Trump. I mean, from my perspective, there's two issues here, and it speaks to the issue that I think you bridge this into with is to oppose this action by Trump, which is, you know, not only totally lawless, but 100% designed to send Venezuela in a direction that is not good. And all various things I think we can continue to talk about as we move on. You know, it doesn't really require someone to support President Maduro. In fact, the New York Times had that long article, you know, by Simon Romero, who hates everything ever done since Chavez came to power, where even he had to interview people like Enrique Capriles, who's a prominent opposition member in Venezuela, who was like, yeah, under no circumstances should the U.S. invade or try to do all these different things. So I think in that sense, it speaks to maybe the broader issue we sort of bridged into this on, which is there is a contestation, and I would say it's been a sharp contestation since 1917 about what is the meaning of socialism, what is possible in society, and how do we look at these things. But under that rubric, I think there's a lot of room for unity around, you know, shared and important concerns moving forward that can bring people who disagree on that fundamental point. And I think this is a good.
But the issue here is, and again, all credit to Eugene and the work that he's done, is when you talk about, look, there's disagreements, but, you know, we could all agree on certain things. We could all big tent under an umbrella, all this shit. That's, look, I was talking earlier about anarchists, or we're still kind of making our way through that. I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with that concept. Not when you're going out of your way to vilify motherfuckers as dictators. Not when you're going out of your way to say, oh, our socialism, our civilized, advanced, European-based socialism is different from the socialism of the black and brown savages. That is totally fucking different, because what Mamdani is doing, what Bad Empanada is doing, what all these fucking RadLibs are doing is co-signing the kidnapping of Maduro and the assassination of, you know, the individuals within his government and military. That's what you're doing when you're advocating for this nonsense. When this is empire propaganda of Maduro being a fucking dictator, according to Bad Empanada, with no evidence, mass murdering and mass disappearing people. Mamdani saying, no, our socialism is different from theirs. All right.
Good example of that, but it's why it requires, you know, real independent organization and sharp ideological contestation and clear development of what you mean when you say something, so that the unity is founded in something. So in a way, I am happy of all that. Now, the one thing I will say is I thought it was interesting that he didn't put that in his statement about Venezuela that he put out on social media that he had called Trump. It only sort of emerged subsequently. And I think that to me is my biggest, well, I can make many criticisms, but I think my main criticism, because I'm not expecting him to agree with what I think about Venezuela and why his framing of Maduro as a dictator is not correct, but there was no call to action. I mean, very easily he could have put it in his statement and then put in the same statement, you know, here's the number to the White House switchboard. And I think anyone who likes Zohran Mamdani should call and also register your protest on this issue, right? And, you know, some people might say, oh, well, that's whatever. But I'm just saying, like, something as small as that I think, you know, would not be objectionable, he did not do. So it felt to me like, I'm glad he's on record against it. I think we need the broadest possible voices against this, but I do feel that it speaks to the deeper tension that exists in terms of, you know, the internationalism, I think, of the so-called democratic socialist politics in America. And I thought DSA had a good statement and others, so I'm maybe taking him a little bit outside of that box, but I think we've
what
seen
was the
so long.
DSA statement?
Well, it doesn't even matter what the DSA statement is when Mamdani is above and beyond the DSA. And so this is why I'm saying, like, I believe that Eugene is sincere, because he'll acknowledge the larger issues that Mamdani poses. My concern is, because I can see one or two things happening, or maybe they're both happening really, where he doesn't want to alienate people in the DSA because he's like, hey, when the DSA fails as an organization, they might join the PSL as a political party. So I don't want to smear or go too hard on Mamdani. So I could see that. And I would say that, you know, whatever his position is on the PSL, that is a concern that he may be factoring in. The other is, much like Breakthrough News was covering Mamdani's victory, and in the sense that PSL was also kind of saying, hey, this is something positive, that he could potentially see, not necessarily him influencing Mamdani, but there being hope for some type of collaboration between the DSA, PSL, Mamdani, and Breakthrough News, something like that, something along those lines. Essentially what I'm saying is he doesn't want to burn that bridge either with Mamdani supporters or Mamdani himself or his team. So in that sense, like, I'm a practical person. I am. Like, I know sometimes I might not come off like one, but I truly am. In that sense, I could see why he's being so gentle with his criticism or the way that he's delivering it. I just think that it does a disservice to acknowledging the real threat that Mamdani poses and this new wave of liberals who are co-opting and, again, sheep herding us into the Democratic Party. Jeez. All right. Yeah, Red Sea, I don't know if you missed something earlier, but and somebody commented on the previous stream. I forgot who I was speaking on. And it made me laugh because I think I do a pretty decent job. And I'm very critical of myself. I do a fairly decent job in giving praise and credit to individuals, even when I disagree with them. I really don't know what I could what I can say about Eugene further to demonstrate that I respect the work that he does, while still being critical of what he's saying and his approach to it, while acknowledging the potential realities of why he's taking these approaches. I really don't know what else I could do. I try my best not to just be a total fucking asshole to towards people who I believe are doing solid work. But I'm also here not to I'm not here to coddle anyone, really. I'll play nice off of my channel, but not out of respect for anyone hosting me or platforming me. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell y'all. Where are we with this? Okay, perfect. All right. In Cuba, they had a revolution. They had a vanguard group that was a disciplined group. And they realized that the state won't disappear until imperialism is completely wiped out. Structurally and also philosophically, all bourgeois thoughts won't be changed. Excuse me. Oh, and philosophically, or the bourgeois thoughts won't be changed. Once imperialism is wiped out, they can have their communist state, and the state or territorial boundaries will disappear. In this country, the anarchists seem to feel that if they just express themselves individually and tend to ignore the limitations imposed on them without leadership and without discipline, they can oppose the very disciplined, organized, reactionary state. And this is not true. They will be oppressed as long as the imperialism exists. You cannot oppose a system such as this. To oppose it with organization that's even more extremely disciplined and dedicated than the structures you're opposing. Excuse me. You cannot expose a system such as this. And then there's a couple of like words and sentences that throw me off here in this. And again, I don't know if it's me. Maybe it's missing a comma, or maybe there's a word missing. You cannot oppose a system such as this. To oppose it with the organization that's even more extremely disciplined and dedicated than the structures you're opposing. You cannot oppose a system such as this. And then the is to oppose it always throws me off. Because it almost feels like two sentences or that something was missing here. All right. But I understand what he's saying. And that you can't oppose a system so disciplined and so well organized without you yourself being organized and disciplined to a greater extent. You can understand the anarchists wanting to go directly from state to non-state, but historically it's incorrect. And this is the part that I really enjoyed about this piece, in the sense of like, I don't think he's being judgmental, and that's not my intent either. It's like saying, no, I get what you're saying, and I understand why you want that, and I understand your concerns. Unfortunately, because of external forces, that will result in failure, right? I've always seen, I mean, when we talk about the Soviet Union, early on, it got invaded. It got invaded by the capitalist fucking powers because they're like, oh, we got to put a stop to this immediately. And if you aren't organized and prepared to combat all the imperialist capitalist forces that are going to come after you to destroy your project, and you're too busy being individuals, acting like the rest of the world doesn't exist, as if you're not going to be hunted down, as if what you're trying to create isn't going to, try to be destroyed time and time again. I just don't know what to say to be like, that's not historically, even from my limited understanding, maybe I need to be better educated, that has not been successful. I don't see how Cuba as an anarchist project survives. I understand the anarchists wanting to go directly from state to non-state, but historically it's incorrect. As far as I'm concerned, thinking of the recent French Revolution, the reason the French uprising failed is simply because the anarchists in the country, who by definition had no organization, had no people that were reliable enough as far as the mass of the people were concerned. And then we got some Frenchy names over here. To replace de Gaulle in his government. Now the people were skeptical about the Communist Party and other progressive parties, because they didn't side with the people of medium living. They lagged behind the people, so they lost the respect of the people, and the people looked for guidance from the students and anarchists. And again, this is why I appreciate this piece here, because he's not trying to glorify, every communist party or every, he's saying, no, they failed. They failed. The anarchists stepped up and were trusted when the communists failed. Unfortunately, the anarchist, solution or their strategy, their approach, whatever you want to call it, could not survive. But the anarchists were unable to offer a structural program to replace the de Gaulle government. So the people were forced to turn back to de Gaulle. It wasn't the people's fault. It was Cohen-Bennett's fault and the other anarchists who felt they could just go from state to non-state. In this country, getting back home to North America now, we can side with the student radicals. We would try to encourage them and persuade them to organize and wield a sharp cutting tool. In order to do this, they would have to be disciplined, and they would have at least some philosophical replacement of the system. This is not to say that this itself will free the individual. The individual will not be free until the state does not exist at all. And I think, I don't want to be redundant, this cannot be replaced by the anarchists right away. As far as the blacks are concerned, we are not hung up on attempting to actualize or express our individual souls because we're oppressed not as individuals, but as a whole group of people. Our evolution, our liberation, is based first on freeing our group to a certain degree after we gain our liberation. Our people will not be free. I can't imagine in the future that the blacks will rebel against the organized leadership that the blacks themselves have structured. They will see there will be limitations limiting their individual selves and limiting their freedom of expression. But this is only after they become free as a group. And maybe I've been too, conditioned, propagandized by like Marxist-Leninism. But look, hey man, you all heard me be critical of China. You've heard me be critical of China, and I forgot. Somebody mentioned that I should shout this out, and I will now. Why's the Dome TV? They talked about it. Like, you've heard me be critical of China and how they continue to be the Zionist entity's trade partner that's continuing to increase and increase and increase, right? Where are we at? And they just had a great conversation with
Oh, I see that.
Khadijah Haynes. And they talk about China here for a bit and some of the criticisms that China gets. Thankfully, I didn't feel personally attacked. No, where are we at? Because I don't think these are the criticisms I've ever levied at China. Oh, here it is. The one thing I will say off the bat, though, is I don't understand why people are obsessed with this conversation whether China is socialist or not. I've always seen it as they're on the road to socialism because you have a, peasant population. And in order to get to a socialist state, you have to go through a capitalist state. I thought, and again, I am not the most well-read person. I'm way behind on the readings. I always thought that was like understood, that there was a process to this. And I feel like Huey is I hate saying Huey, Huey P. Newton is like, if I know this this legend, Huey P. Newton is simply doing that, like, to the anarchists, like telling them like, hey, like, no, there's a process. Like, we also want the dissolution of the state, but in order to achieve that, we do need a structure in order to combat, the capitalist imperialist class. And when it comes to criticism of China not being a socialist state or not being communist or this and that, I've always seen as the appropriate response to that being like, well, no, it's on the road to it. Like, they're building towards that. Like, have some, not even sympathy or understanding. Dr. Newton, yes, I'm Manifesto. You're absolutely right. Thank you for that. I thought the appropriate response to that is like, no, they're on the road to socialism, because you're talking about a people who have been, subjugated to such an extent by the rest of the world. We're talking about Europeans, we're talking about Japanese, whatever, that they're finding their way out of that. And to say, or to have these false expectations and not realize how much they've accomplished in such a short amount of time, we have to acknowledge that they're on the road to it. So when people ask, is China socialist? I don't see an issue saying, no, they're not, but they're on the road to socialism. Their project is a socialist communist one. I don't know why that's an issue. Maybe I'm wrong in that position. You know what I'm saying? So like, for example, Juan over here saying China is not ML though. They're not though. When did I say they were Marxist-Leninist? You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just not trying to be misunderstood. I'm trying to be as blunt as possible.
There's also this debate in these same conversations: is China a socialist project, or is it the same capitalism that we see out here in the West? But yeah, go ahead and expound on where you were going.
Yeah. China being labeled an imperialist hegemonic power that is the same as the West is such an insidious and sort of like virulent sort of thing to say, because not only do you provide cover for imperialism, you're saying that because China is successful, and this is something that Domenico Lacerdo points out, the West, you know.
Sorry, and this is, I know, I'm sorry. This is going to be very nitpicky. Again, the reason why I didn't feel personal attacked or because I know people feel a type of way about like this conversation or this pushback is, I'm not saying this is a straw man, but this is the most the way that the response is phrased is very, very specific to a group of people. To like, I know I've seen, and I don't even know them, I've seen very few people online suggest that China is just as imperial as the United States. The most common critique that I've heard is that China is participating in, you know, the imperialism throughout Africa. That's what I've heard, but I've never really seen it be phrased as just as the United States. I've always seen it phrased as, well, they're doing what they can with what they got, and they have to kind of offer better exploitative relationship in order to garner support where the US has lost it. Linstax, I thought it was Marx that said capitalism needed to precede socialism for the sake of building up the infrastructure and whatnot. That's what I understood too. That's why for me it's always been weird where people are like, China this, China that. I'm like, wait, I thought, like, are you just forgetting like their history and how much they've accomplished in such a short time? Now the question of whether the party's been captured or not, I don't know. I can't say. I don't follow Chinese politics like that. Somebody mentioned that they're not allowed to, that it's illegal to read Lenin. I don't know, but that does sound a little fucking like Western propaganda, doesn't it? It sounds a little bit like anti-North Korean propaganda, like they're not allowed to do this. But then I've also heard criticism that China has tried to like, what was it? Like China tried to fuck around with like North Korea in terms of like their nuclear weapons, this and that. And I don't know. I don't follow it well enough. I'm behind in the politics here. And maybe that's a cop-out. Maybe saying I'm too uneducated is not allowed. But I also have to be honest.
People who claim to be left in the imperial core, they are only supportive of so quote unquote national liberation movements as long as they remain unsuccessful. As long as you remain poor and hungry, because, you know, socialism is somehow only when you're poor and hungry, you're a socialist and we can support you, just like the Palestinians. As long as they remain gutted and oppressed and murdered en masse, we have support. And, you know,
that is usually like a RadLib critique or position, right? The reason why I'm so distrustful of this whole like socialism is in poverty is because I've seen how it's been manipulated by individuals like Hassan Piker, who's a multimillionaire, and him and his cult use that line in order to excuse him, you know, buying a Porsche, in order to excuse him buying a multi-million-dollar home, excuse him hoarding his, you know, his multiple millions. Is, hey, I can wear designer shirts, you know, $100 shirts, $100 shirts, flying a private jet because socialism is in poverty cult. But I know that that's not what you know they're referring to here. But I'm just saying, when I hear that, I'm like a little bit like, I seen how that's been manipulated though. From Victory to Defeat, China's Socialist Road and Capitalist Reversal by Po Yu Ching. I'll check it out. Thank you for the suggestion. Juan says, it's not that they compare to imperialism of the West, but it's participating in the same system that leads to the same outcomes, if that makes sense. No, I understand that aspect of it. But again, if we're talking about the need to go from capitalism to socialism, do you not need to engage in these uneven trade relationships? You get what I'm saying? Whose logo? I'm sorry.
If Hamas comes and wages revolutionary warfare and is like successful, and they start building up their productive forces and things like this, people are going to be like, oh, look at them, they turn capitalist now. China, this thing with China, like something that I want to actually write about, but Domenico Lacerdo talks about this, where it's
sorry, I gotta stop this here. Bobby, one of the things that irritates me to no fucking end is when anarchists try to claim the Zapatistas. Because it's usually what white anarchists do. And the Zapatistas have made it abundantly clear that they are not anarchists. That they are not anarchists. That their system and style of organizing is not one of anarchism, but one that is in relation to their indigenous society. And to put the label anarchist on them when they've said they're not, to me it is very fucking like I don't know what the appropriate word would be, like not white savior, chauvinistic. I'm not quite sure. But to put and place a label on them when they've rejected it, to me that's just really, really frustrating and speaking over like legit indigenous revolutionary voices. So yeah, and again, I'm not trying to come after you or anything like that. But it's just something that I've seen a lot, especially in organizing spaces. And it's just really, really frustrating.
This, he talks about it as a messianism. We have this messianic, and when he says messianic, it's like this sort of like
DFTP. I'm not saying that imperialism is necessary. I'm saying when you're engaging in capitalism and the free market or all this whatever bullshit, doesn't that by definition require an unequal exchange for you to profit off of somebody's labor, right? And if they're not forcing these countries to like take these deals, see what I'm saying? Like for me, it gets a little difficult of like to really place things like that, like be isolationist and just say, hey, we're not trading with anyone, because if we start negotiating and trading, obviously we're going to work for the interests of our state, and so we have to kind of benefit and get something out of this, and it's never going to be an equal exchange. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what the unfortunate part of like going through the transitional phase of capitalism. In New Plastic Side, I generally think that people are gaslighting themselves on China, and it's because it's black people. Maybe it's the anti-blackness of why we normalize the exploitation of Africa. Maybe it's because we've seen, the worst version of exploitation committed by Europeans, that what China is doing is kind of like, okay, well, they're not at least doing that. And so we're more lenient in our criticism. I think that's a legitimate proposition, at least. But Ben, we just said that it's not I'm saying that it's not a socialist nation. Right? That's my position, is that China is not a socialist nation. That it claims to be on the road to socialism. All
right. Christian Puritanism way of thinking, where it's like, we have to, have this aesthetic sort of like poverty, unless you're groveling and, you're wearing tattered clothes, and you're, you can't produce any sort of like AI or anything, that's when we're socialist and we can support you. Because China's successful, is somehow they are imperialist. Now they say that because China has market forces, but Mao talked about a transition within a transition. What are you going to do? How are you going to play, and how are you going to defend your revolution if you remain economically destitute? If you remain economically constrained and destitute, rather, how are you going to sustain a revolution if you cannot feed and lift up your people?
Right.
How can you sustain a revolution? Lenin said Marxism is not poverty. You know, they attacked Lenin when he implemented the NEP, and people always say to me, well, you know, Lenin implemented the NEP for 5 years, not for 40 years like the Chinese. And it's just like, that's a completely different context.
Right.
This was just at the beginning of the 20th century, and these are different circumstances. China has to compete on a global market surrounded by, like, you know, imperialist mercenaries that want to crush them.
I will say that the material conditions are certainly different. One, it's not like the Soviet Union wasn't facing those same, you know, predators. And two, so that would be, I guess against China, whatever. I'm not trying to do that, but then on the other side of it is China seeing that the Soviet Union collapsed and trying to prevent falling in the same mistakes, if that makes sense. Yeah, so for example, like that, Azizi, look up the Sino-Soviet split was a major ideological and geopolitical rift between the two, stemming from differing interpretations of Marxism, Soviet de-Stalinization under national interest. I do need to look further into that. But my understanding that one of the main concerns too was that the Soviet Union was trying to, like, not bamboozle per se, but benefit from its trade relationship with China, and not to mention certain, like, land disputes as well. All right. Hey Juan, as long as, I mean, usually it's nothing. All you hear is criticism of Stalin, but I don't know. I think his works have helped me so much that unfortunately I'm a little biased. But again, like I've expressed, like I don't want to come across as somebody that's like a China defender or whatever. But I think I hate sitting on the fence. But it's kind of like, one, I can't do anything about China, and two, I am sympathetic to the fact that, like, they witnessed the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they're like, fuck, we're gonna do everything to avoid the mistakes that they committed. So I understand why they're kind of like, hey, we're not gonna export socialism, we're not gonna coup, we're not gonna do this and that, because the Soviets did that, and look what it got them. Even when invited, from my reading, they were invited into Afghanistan. They were asked repeatedly to come and aid the communist movement in Afghanistan. And look what that cost them. So I understand why China might be like, hey, you know what, we're going to be hands off. But then on the flip side is, well, that doesn't mean you become like the largest trade partner to the Zionist entity. Like, I think there's levels to that. To say, hey, we're going to try the diplomatic approach to a Zionist entity is very different from saying, oh, we're going to be their largest trade partner. And I don't think me being critical of that is over here calling for the balkanization of China. It's just having criticism. But I did think this was a great conversation overall. And it went by so quick. It's an hour. And I swear to you, when I was listening to it, and I was at work, usually shit drags at work, I felt like it was like a 30-minute conversation. That's funny. Tommy, I like that. The best response to is China socialist question is we'll see.
If they can't open up you have to open up the markets in order to gain some wealth so that you can start to kind of lay the groundwork to lift your society out of destitution. And that is exactly what they did. They eliminated extreme poverty.
Right.
And, you know, they're on the path to like ecological revitalization. They have trees all over, and they still have a long way to go with that, but they're building. And I think China, now that's not to say that we don't, you know, critique them, but even this sort of like obsession with critiquing, it's it's a vilification dressed up as critique.
Well, that's how you know you have a good quote right there. Both me and Wise were like, yes. No, I think that's a great line. And as a professional hater, like, well, I'm semi-pro. I'm trying to go pro one day. But you know, you gotta manifest these things. As a semi-pro hater, I do love critique. I really do. Like, I can be a little nitpicky and all this stuff like that. But I think for the most part, they're correct in the sense that, like, it does. You have like two types of individuals, two main critiques of China, excuse me, is the overcritical. Well, they're revisionists, they're not socialists or this and that, right? They've been all that stuff. The over, like, fucking just hating on China, right? On one side, and then they invest all their time on being critical about China because they're not doing it right. And then on the other side, you have, no, China's perfect, China's going to save us, this and that. And I think both is meant to, or both are contributing to that lack of organizing and the lack of urgency that we here in the Belly of the Bees need to be engaging with. I think both of them are kind of these extremes of complacency, that I don't really fuck with. Yes, Chitty Macho, fucking bars. Vilification dress up as critique. Yep.
They want to continue to vilify a successful socialist project or a country that's on the road to social.
Hold on. What's going on, Pancho? Pancho, who you beefing it with, homie? I've never seen this riled up. I love it though, homie. Old man still got some fight to him. God, I love that shit. I don't know what I missed, but hey.
Socialism, because at the core of this belief is that the only country that should remain successful is the West, and if you challenge the West, we're going to vilify you. No one should be allowed to be successful and thrive. Only the Western countries. Right. And this is inherently sadistic, and it is not any sort of like Marxist sort of solidarity. It is not. And the people who say China is imperialist or China is capitalist don't understand the sort of immense encirclement and repression of the sort of Western hegemonic powers that China has to grapple with in conjunction with trying to lift up their country and lift up their people.
I think that's a great place to end there, and I do recommend hearing the entirety of this conversation. Like I said, it flew by. I really enjoyed it, and I didn't necessarily feel personally attacked because I don't like saying, oh, I have a nuanced position or anything like that. It's just kind of like, one, I am upfront and honest about my ignorance, and two, I try my best to be understanding of the material conditions that should not be ignored or downplayed, right? When, the criticisms of North Korea and whatnot, like, I can be honest, it does make me uncomfortable, almost instinctively, that you have like father to son it's I don't really fuck with that. I don't like that. I'm like, really? Like you're telling me there was nobody else around? And I understand that the name carries so much weight, but like there was nobody. It had to. And I'm not saying it had to be your son, but it just so happens to be your son. Like there was nobody else there that was, you know, better for the people. It's a little odd. That's a little strange to me. I'll be honest. It makes me uncomfortable. Right? And but at the same time, what the U.S. did to Korea in general, it is always so understated. The absolute hell and torment. The fact that so much of what the U.S. has done is not categorized as genocide. It is just fucking, man, it's like history needs to be rewritten. You know what I mean? So when you have that in mind, then suddenly you're fucking, your high horse kind of slows down and you're like, and then you start fucking shrinking because then you realize that you're being a fucking piece of shit asshole and minimizing reality. So I don't know. But again, it's something that I need to study more on. There's always more. I mean, one of the reasons why it took me so long to like start streaming is because I'm like, I got like bookshelves to read. Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't be streaming. And then just my frustration with Wonder Bread Tube, the white left, put me in this situation. But yeah. Bancho, we need to start writing down a list of things that we have to discuss on stream that'll make it a good time. We're gonna fucking Clockwork Orange Dr. Ball into listening to Two Beans. Have these fucking Spanglish ass conversations. No tool? Was that how you say it, Red Sea? No tool? Does a great job at talking about the history of North Korea. I assume everyone's a YouTuber. Or is on YouTube, I guess. I'm not sure what that is. Let me just do this for a quick second. I appreciate y'all being here. Do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. We're trying to get that to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. I do have to invest more into that channel. I'm not gonna lie, that's on me. But subscribing over there will help. All the live streams stay up over there. Let me see here the history, and then okay. Let me see. Let's do this. All right. Quick bathroom break, y'all. I'll be right. So they prevented about half of the population from being able to have children. You know, genocide, it takes many fucking forms. Euro Americans have convinced themselves that genocide only occurs if there's concentration camps that look exactly like the ones that the Nazis put up. If it looks any different, then it's not a genocide. And by different, I mean if the people that are being murdered, the people that are being prevented from having children, the people whose culture and way of living is being destroyed, oh, well, then it's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. Oh, it's tragic, but it's not a genocide. Oh, PlayStation, yeah. Emma Vigeland, the sweetheart of the left, the Majority Report co-host, out here literally saying, we're gonna colonize people. We at least have to be like good allies. What the fuck is that about?
And yeah, Risty, the BBC will always cover this after the damage is done. Yeah, to convenience. And we're going to see this with, the genocide of Palestinians. Give it 5-10 years and all the books are going to come out. Everyone's going to be claiming they were on the right side. It happens every fucking time. And again, I'm only muting this because, I don't know what gets taken down over stuff like this. But the procedures continued beyond that. We have the right to our bodies. And that was violated. They also violated our right to become pregnant. They violated our parents' authority over their children that are under 18 by inserting the coils. Yep. Please go check this out in its entirety. It is, there's 20 minutes after this. It's called Greenland's Lost Generation. Let me pull this up to the screen. Greenland's Lost Generation, BBC World Service documentaries, 100 women. Please check it out. There's another 20 minutes left. Very vital information. I can't cover the entirety of it because I don't want to risk things getting stricken, a copyright strike or what have you. I'm telling you in the comments, I've been accused of being a misogynist because I'm like, nah, I don't fuck with white women. And they're like, oh, what, this and that, misogyny, machismo, all right? And I'm like, no, because like white feminism, the complaint isn't that women are being subjugated by patriarchy. The complaint is that white women aren't in equal footing with white men to oppress Black, brown, indigenous men and women. But never trust a white person that says machismo. It's, bro, like, it's patriarchy or nothing. You've never experienced machismo. Brown men cannot, in the US, cannot practice machismo on white women. All right. Again, Ryan Grimm approves, supports, and is hardened by harm reduction imperialism taking place in Greenland. How a failed social experiment in Denmark separated Inuit children from their families. The boarding schools, and the like. Again, education by colonizers, it always plays out the same. All right. Please read this article on your own. 7-year-old Helene Thiessen peered out from up out of the passenger ship. I sincerely want to say thank you all for being patient with me and understanding that, like, I'm not an expert. Like, I'll be listening to Ben Norton's interviews and shit, and it's like, homie could just, you ask him one question and he'll like answer 20 different things. He's just a fascinating individual to listen to. It's just people, I don't know, like for me, like I'm like, damn, like I'm so grateful for these people sharing their knowledge and whatnot. And I know that I don't offer that necessarily, but what I try and compensate for that is just being fucking honest about my limitations. And so I do appreciate that, like, that y'all stick around and support. And I appreciate all that to such a great extent, because, that was a big insecurity when we're talking about insecurity. It's like, to do this.
It's like, why am I yapping when I have so much to learn? And so, but I feel that we're all like insecure about our limitations or what we haven't yet learned or understood completely. So, and I'm trying to, and I'm trying not to be a judgmental fucking asshole. Like I'm an asshole in general, but I'm trying not to be a judgmental one in terms of like, oh, to try and compensate or hide my lack of knowledge. Which I think is a big reason why I don't fuck with like Bad Empanadas, because like I see that and I'm just like, oh, like I've never really fucked with this content because I'm like, oh, you're trying to be better than people. And you're not trying to be a better person. You're trying to be better than people. And you want to announce that and publicate that. I'm like, all right, I see what it's about, bro. It's narcissism hitting as intellectualism. Juan, you made it over to the deculturation mainstream. All right. Let's keep this going. Let's refocus. Yeah, I don't know if I missed it, but yeah, I was asking about okay. Let's get to it. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We'll get through this. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much, N Walker, for the super chat. I haven't even been saying it. I've just been so floored and appreciative and grateful for all the support and Patreon. But super chats and super stickers are turned on. If you want to send in a super chat or just a silly super sticker, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, N Walker. Is China an imperialist country by Ann B. Turner? All right, I'll check that out. It's in the playlist I sent you. But did you send the playlist through where, Johan? Sorry, Juan. All right, let's get to it. We're doing how long? 2 hours and 40 minutes. All right. It was just a later start. So that's why I'm already this hungry. I don't think it lets you link stuff, Juan. Oh, Bobby, that's awesome. I'm glad that you're watching the Greenland documentary. It's a very difficult watch, and the reason why I got so enraged with Ryan Grimm, it's that European colonial mind of like, it's fine. Complete erasure of the indigenous people there. The normalization of their colonization. And so when I see somebody like Bad Empanada that claims, beats their fucking chests like their third world is, I just want the third world to get its revenge. And then you're calling for the colonization of Greenland and the Inuit people there. You're a fucking fraud. You're a fucking fraud through and through. And I knew that's what he was. Because, when you're around enough, you go outside enough, you run into these type of Europeans that just fucking yap and point fingers and shit like that. And then you start seeing the contradictions. And it's like, this is all just like performative shit for you. This is your personality. This is a character that you created. Yeah. And it starts making sense why he's so invested in identity politics of being like, Americans this, Americans that. Because homie can't fucking look in the mirror. It's just a simple question. How are you organizing against melee? That's my question. For you to be yapping this much. That's my question. Why did you dodge the fucking fate and not come to the belly of the beast? And instead chose to go to Argentina. And now how many homes you got out there, homie? Because I mean, you're fucking wealthy. Fucking wealthy, homie. Yeah. Ryan engaged. I like the fucking passport proletariat. That's fucking hilarious. Man, that's too fucking funny right there. All right, now. This is what makes our group different from the white anarchists. Besides, he views his group as already free. Now he's striving for freedom of his individual self. This is the big difference. We're not fighting for freedom of our individual self. We're fighting for group freedom. In the future, there will probably be a rebellion where blacks say, well, our leadership is limited, our freedom, because of the rigid discipline. Now that we've gained our freedom, we will strive for our individualistic freedom that has nothing to do with organized group or state. And the group will be disorganized, and it should be. Like, I really love that because, again, like too often in these arguments of Marxists versus anarchists, it's always trying to like stick your nose higher in the air. Like you see a lot of that. And it's quite often just white on white crime, white on white violence. And it's always entertaining, don't get me wrong. But I do appreciate this. I'm like, of Dr. Newton saying like, as it should be. Like, yes, like once we've gone through that phase and you want, to implement your anarchist project, it should be. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so understanding and humble that I appreciate it. And again, be in contrast to, especially to the constant, like cutthroat, petty, in my opinion, completely unnecessary, because we're nowhere near organized, either anarchists or communists, to be having this fucking wrestling style conflict. It just doesn't make sense to me. It really, truly doesn't. Especially, bro, like, that we have a better fucking time hanging out together and fucking being stupid together than you would with a fucking liberal. I hope so. Man. But at this point, we stress discipline. We stress organization. We do not stress psychedelic drugs. I love this because, we forget that they weren't fucking playing around, especially during this time when it's like, what was that slang or saying of like, drop in, drop out, or like that psychedelic thing where like, hippie saying, drop out. What was it called? Turn on, tune in, drop out. Was that it? I think there was another one where it's like, no, it is Timothy Leary, turn on. Yeah. Fucking, I don't fuck with that shit at all. At all. Pancho, all right, some of my best friends are MLs. Well, Pancho, that's because you're just waiting to stab them in the back. No, like, yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, bro, like, we have most in common. And to be honest, there's a certain level of annoyingness that we are, that we that we occupy, and that, like, when we're around each other, at least it kind of evens out a little bit, where you're kind of like, oh, okay, I'm not, at least for me, it's like when I'm around like apolitical, just working class people, like sometimes I feel that I could be too much. And so I have to pull that shit back a little bit and kind of like, little by little, and be very understanding. And when you're around like other people that may not be of your specific fucking ideological persuasion, no, position, like there's at least like there's so much more understanding amongst each other, even if we disagree. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, yeah, the psychedelic stuff. Yes. We do not stress psychedelic drugs and all the other things that have to do with just the individual expansion of the mind. We're trying to gain true liberation of a group of people, and this makes our struggle somewhat different from the whites. Now, how is it the same? It's the same in the fact that both of us are striving for freedom. They will not be free. The white anarchists will not be free until we are free. So that makes our fight, their fight, really. The imperialists and the bourgeois, bureaucratic capitalistic system will not give them individual freedom while they keep a whole group of people based upon race color oppressed as a group. How can they expect to get individual freedom when the imperialists oppress whole nations of people? Until we gain liberation as a group, they won't gain any liberation as an individual person. So this makes our fight the same. And we must keep this in perspective and always see the similarities and the differences in it. And again, like this, I don't know, like, it's just so like refreshing. And maybe just online culture has kind of just made this so fucking toxic. But and I'm definitely contributing to it, I guess. If we're being honest. But not in this regard, I don't think. There's a tremendous amount of differences in it, and there's a dual amount of similarities between the two cases. Both are striving for freedom, and both are striving for liberation of their people. Only one is advanced to a degree higher than the other. The anarchists are advanced a step higher, but only in theory. And again, like this kind of like, hey, no, you are ahead of us, but you're skipping a step. Like kind of giving the dues and the props, like, yes, you're not incorrect. Your timing is just off. As far as an actuality of conditions, they shouldn't be advanced higher because they should see the necessity of wiping out the imperialistic structure by organized groups just as we must be organized. Hey, we finished it. It only took us like an hour, if not more, to finish like an 8-paragraph. But I appreciate y'all. I really do sincerely appreciate y'all sticking around and dealing with my putting up with my and engaging with my mental ramblings. I'm sincerely appreciative. Oh man. Do me a favor, y'all. Where we at? Oh, y'all are killing it with the likes. I appreciate it so much. Oh man. But yes, I'm thank you so much to the people. I'm assuming you're anarchists. Like Pancho, right? Who else? Somebody dropped like some good information in the Deculturation live chat. Who was it? Vagabond. Thank you so much for that. Like, honestly, like, I hope that it comes across that I'm not here to antagonize this anarchist communist, in my opinion, waste of time currently. But also, I'm not fucking sitting on the fence. Like, I'm telling you where I'm at. All right, let's get to this. Oh, for sure, Pancho. For sure they did. But again, it's that distinction of the discipline aspect of it. And maybe I've been like conditioned to just embrace discipline, which can be troubling. But I also know that even personally, when I'm actually being disciplined, like the whole thing of discipline is freedom. Again, it's problematic. It's kind of low key, like reactionary, but it's like when I'm disciplined with my sleep schedule, when I'm disciplined with my eating habits, when I'm disciplined with my workout, when I'm disciplined with my reading, when I'm disciplined, everything is just better. When the trains run on time, no. That's how I feel, because I want to be fucking, You watch the video yourself. There's not the. I mean, you presume. No, I want to hear his fucking speech though. It's this one.
Are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement.
Oh my god! No, we got to hear all this. Yeah, you know, Zay, Forbes breaking news, extremely pro-Trump, right-wing, clickbait channel. Look, the criticisms we have of the Associated Press, you know what I mean? So like, I just click on whatever has like the best quality. I don't think that I'm you know, falling for this shit. Yes, it is totally different. It is totally different, but maybe this is paternalistic. But I do believe we need like a cultural revolution. And like the way that we like schooling and social conditioning, that's imposed. So I don't want to get into it right now. I think that'd be a dope conversation to have, Pancho. But like, I don't know, like I do believe in that. Like I know the cliche is like bedtime, the anarchist bedtime thing. And it's like I do think there should be a cap in like I guess I don't know, like authoritarianism. It doesn't again like I'm biased towards Stalin a little bit. You know, it's authoritarianism shouldn't be such a bad word. Let's put it that way. But you know, for me, like I know it's funny to talk about bedtime stuff, but my main thing has always been like, well, what if like the state tells you, hey, like lights off by this time to conserve power? You know what I mean? What happens when you're being too fucking noisy for your neighbors and they got to work, and the work is actually contributing to like society and not profits? You know what I mean? So like, I don't know, man. Está difícil. But a lot of these are problems that we don't have to deal with at all. You know?
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law.
These fucking numbers are hilarious, bro. These fucking numbers are hilarious.
To protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this.
What I will say though is we do have to be honest about this. A lot of people wanted this. A lot of people wanted this. And now they're either parroting like they didn't. You know, you see a lot of these figureheads, that the Joe Rogans, the Theo Vaughns, the larger figures, trying to distance from it. But this is what was promised. Like this was a campaign promise.
They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police.
When was the last time Democrats were actually talking about that shit? Mamdani, their new poster boy, was talking about maintaining the police. Maintaining the police. Not even abolished, buried. Defunding, buried. Maintain. Prevent the the quitting of police officers, excuse me. No different than fucking a fool from Maine, Plantner, talking about, you know, addressing the recruitment crisis to the military. Mamdani was talking about addressing the crisis of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not overturn. Shit, what's the word I'm looking for, chat? When it's not rollover, turnover? God damn it, I don't know what the word is. But all these fucking cops quitting because they were being overworked. Overworked, bro.
That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz.
Yeah, the dude that Donald Trump was praising for forsaking the National Guard on BLM protesters. It's all fucking fugazi. It's all fucking for show, bro. It's so exhausting. And what's the first thing Tim Walz says? You have the right to protest peacefully, but try me, test me, embarrass me, and I'll stick the National Guard on you again. That's what he said. That's what he said yesterday. We heard him. As if the Democrats aren't fucking falling in line. Like, they're falling in line. They're right there. They're with them. Man. Oh, you gotta love it. Betraying whiteness, she ran into a federal agent and got shot doing it. The agent shooting could care less what her skin color or beliefs are. Well, her beliefs are the reason why she was there, right? So it seems like he kind of cares, kind of factored into it. Oh, man.
Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone. And that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Bro, she walked in out of breath and she was just like, just ready to spew all that fucking bullshit. Man.
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken.
What the fuck is that noise fucking cameras, bro?
Taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids.
Oh my God. Yeah, but damn kids ain't white. Those ain't purebred white children. Those are anchor babies. Come on. Those little Krishnas, those little Vashnus, those are not American children. Holy fucking shit, bro.
This matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work.
Me and JD Vance both got overstimulated. We're basically twins. Fuck, I'm glad it's fucking with him. It's clearly bothering him. I mean, look, that shit sounds awful. But it's clearly bothering him. He's like, oh, God fucking damn it. Can I impress Donald Trump just once? Homie, act like you've been there, dog. You don't let that shit distract you.
So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need.
Okay, and understand the whole Somali thing is just because they're black. It's just because they're black. The majority, the vast majority of them are U.S. citizens, born and fucking raised. It's just because they're black. This is the fucking welfare queen bullshit all over again. That's all it is. These motherfuckers just slap fucking new labels on the same fucking playbook every single fucking time. Man.
But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's...
Bro, wasn't Doge, wasn't that bullshit to stop fraud and wasteful spending? It's the same fucking play, bro. It's so fucking boring, bro. And it really is all fucking austerity. That's all it is. It's just fucking austerity. With the guise of it's not to save the economy. The guise is to stop these immigrants from stealing what is yours. But also you can't have that because, come on, use your own bootstraps, buddy. Look at me, I made it.
Efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because unfortunately the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general.
That's fucking hilarious. I was like, oh, we want this shit in-house, baby, and nobody's going to stop us. Look, I appreciate the fact that they're not over here trying to be like, oh, we're going to make sure this is bipartisan. As if the fucking Democrats would stop them anyways.
I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it.
I mean, that is quite literally factual. There is outrage. An ICE agent did kill a U.S. citizen. Let's hear why that's bad.
And that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day.
By daring to look at the video, playing the video, they put us at risk for exposing the fucking truth. Now, I didn't play the video because I know y'all seen it. And I do think there's a little bit of a psychological conditioning.
I'm afraid of like,
and even, you know, with what I said about being honest about
race.
These are fucking heroes. Being willing to engage in this nonviolent activism puts you in direct line of fire. Puts your life in danger, on the line. And we see the repercussions for that now. We see the unavoidable consequences of engaging in a violent state with nonviolent tactics.
What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his legs.
And that dumb motherfucker didn't learn to stay out of the way of a car. That dumb motherfucker did not learn his lesson to stay out of the way of a car. To not get in the fucking way of a car. And so because he's such a fucking idiot, somebody lost their life. He took somebody's life.
Do you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
He's a little sensitive. Oh, he's a little... Don't you think he's a little sensitive? Fucking A, bro. The coddling of these white supremacists. The coddling. The perpetual infantilization of white men, bro.
3 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws.
Domestic terrorist techniques. Name them, motherfucker. Name them.
The president stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said,
I mean, nobody's claiming that position, that she was just driving by and this motherfucker pulled up on her. Man. Gotta love the straw man, though.
things looked bleak. It was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe in fact has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here, I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do?
Remember, they have further curated the media that's allowed to, be in these press conferences, to be all like these reactionary stooges. The White House has always done that in general, but they turned that shit up because they can't handle any hard-hitting questions, as if they were going to get one by liberal fucking media to begin with. But these are sensitive individuals. Remember, sensitive.
To make sure these folks are protected during these protests, but also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American people's administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against
literally a peaceful activist. But yeah, I'm seeing here, I shot 2 people in Portland. Federal immigration agents shoot 2 people in Portland, Oregon, police say. Federal immigration officers shot and wounded 2 people in Portland. Come on now. On Thursday, the FBI's Portland office said it was investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened around 2:15 p.m. involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. The Portland Police Bureau said its officers responded and found a man and a woman with apparent gunshot wounds. They were transported to a hospital and their conditions are unknown, the Bureau said in a statement. The Department of Homeland Security agencies include Customs and Border Protection and the U.S. Border Patrol. As far as we know, both of these individuals are still alive and we are hoping for more positive updates throughout the afternoon. So, I mean, one thing that's going to happen is, I know a lot of people were saying it's the fault of the U.S. This and that. I think a lot of that is just hopeful, wishful thinking that we won't have to organize for its fall to occur. What we're seeing is essentially another police force on the ground. We're seeing another police force on the ground. And the way that, police shootings are normalized, ICE shootings are going to start becoming normalized as well. Because the Democratic Party won't do anything to abolish ICE. So the rhetoric that you're going to see, then the defense that you're going to see from liberals is going to be, well, we need to train them better. The recruitment process for ICE agents has to be more thorough. The training program has to be more demanding. That's what you're going to see. So I'm not here saying that ICE is going to bring an end to the U.S. empire, that this is the great moment that we've all been waiting for. This is going to be the tipping point. Because if it is, we are so behind in terms of being able to organize against this, that we're just going to get washed. Yeah, Red Sea, that was in the title. So just be aware of that rhetoric. It is also it's alarmist, and not in the sense of that it's not a legitimate reason to be alarmed, but it is contributing to that like that a new plastics idea. I think it's falling. We are in disaster. The world is falling. It's untenable. Like, I just can't fall into that mindset, because this is just a new police force and doing what the police have always done and will always do. This too will be normalized. That's the real tragedy of it all. The Democratic Party is going to come in and normalize a lot of these features. Again, we talked about it. The masks are going to disappear. The training is going to be enhanced. Cameras are going to be implemented, not just the Ray-Ban stuff, but cameras to hold them accountable. Kamala Harris is promising to be stricter on the border and immigration. So right now, this seems like, and it is, extreme. But it's going to become normalized when the Democratic Party regains power. That's what they're there to do. To fucking lull us to sleep and shit. Let me see here real quick. And I know people are going to be like, oh, why are you talking about the Democrats right now when the Republican Party is involved? Well, the Democratic Party is supposed to be the resistance, right? The Democratic Party is supposed to be like fighting against this and offering something better, right? But you don't see that. Actually, it's going to be in my likes. It'll be in my likes. Let me see here. But I be liking dumb shit, so let me see. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh, here we go.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Just wait for the rebrand. Just wait for the rebrand. John Trudell. Oh, to John Trudell. Yesterday I talked about the frustration of Hassan Piker comparing this to the West Bank, as if the Zionist entity, the Nazis, didn't learn from the colonizers here. Checkpoints forthcoming. There have always been checkpoints in San Diego. There have always been checkpoints along the border. That's why I've had family members that won't, go down there. Because that's always been a thing. Will they expand? Absolutely, but they've always been a thing. All right.
Our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today.
Oh.
Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe.
Nope, her wheels were turned, but that's pointless. Why the fuck is that fool in front of a car? Why were they giving contradictory information? It was a setup. It was a setup.
Believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers.
And they broadly say law enforcement officers because they want to make this a broader issue than just ICE. And this is on the Democrats for not abolishing ICE when they had the opportunity. It's that fucking simple. It's just another police force. And I've seen people be like, oh, did you see that ICE had their own version of the SWAT team on the ground? Yes. What the fuck? Why are we acting surprised with this shit? It's just another police force.
I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
And y'all can get angry at me or whatnot, but to be very clear, the moment that fucking idiot reached for the handle of her car, of her vehicle, of her door, she should have not tried and get away because she was already surrounded. For her own safety, it's easy to say afterwards, but those who were fucking hungry and desperate to escalate that situation, because they felt disrespected because she dared to guide them out. Like basically telling them to get the fuck out. The moment that a pig reaches for your door, you're fucked. You're fucked. I know how that's coming off, or I understand how that could be misinterpreted. But that's the issue. They want any reason to use violence, and they will find it. Exactly. The cops told her to leave. She was in an impossible situation. I know they give contradicting orders for that purpose. And what I'm saying is that the moment a cop, a pig, regardless of the fucking title, reaches for your door handle, you leaving in that vehicle is a wrap. The moment they make contact with your car, that's not your vehicle anymore. Again, y'all could make it seem like I'm siding with them or I'm excusing them, or I'm not. I'm telling you, like, that is just a reality. All right, somebody gets it. I appreciate that. It's true when a swine reaches for the door, there is no scenario that they just say, nah, on second thought, have a nice day. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. There you go. You either wait or you exercise your Second Amendment. Okay, I'm glad that it's coming across the right way. And I think that is the issue, to John Tudor, that they're not viewed as death squads. I was nervous as fuck watching, those kids follow and pursue ICE agents, but they were smart in the fact that anytime they interacted with them, they listened to every single thing the ICE agent said. They weren't in situations where they were being given contradicting orders, which is a fucking setup. You are justifying them? Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently not, because Paul Kane is saying you're justifying them. How? I'm saying they're putting you in that situation so they can execute you. Yeah. The Juan, what is terrible is that without cameras, they can lie and say someone is driving off. That's what they were doing for decades. And now the only difference is that we have to be told that don't believe your lying eyes. No, there's no way you can be perfect. What I'm saying is, if you do view these individuals as they're trying to take your life, thank you. Tactically, we have to be clear on these protocols and likely outcomes. I mean, new plastic ideas, like that's why it's so nerve-wracking to get pulled over to begin with. I got pulled over for speeding not too long ago, and I always do all that shit. It's not going to save you. It's not going to prevent you from doing anything, but you're trying to minimize your excuses to escalate the situation, because this whole idea, like, they should be de-escalating. No, they shouldn't. The fucker, do you not understand what their role is? They are oppressors. Their role is not to serve the community. Their role is not to de-escalate. Their role is to punish you. That is their objective. That is their objective. To be, oh fuck, man, you guys are gonna make me do this. Fuck it. Renee's good was betraying her whiteness by aligning with the marginalized, with black and brown people, with non-white people. She was betraying that. And all respect to her. And we need to admire individuals that are willing to put their lives on the line. The very same thing that she was betraying misled her. The very same thing that she was betraying, her whiteness, misled her. If that was a black or brown man, black or brown woman, black or brown individual, I don't think they would have thought they could have driven away safely. I don't think they would have ever thought that they could drive away safely from that situation. Am I wrong? Am I wrong to say that a black or brown person would have never thought that they were driving away safely from that situation? I don't know, man. Because the way that she was operating and the way that she was moving led me to believe that she thought that she could leave that situation safely. And it did not compute that the setup to take her life that she was already trapped. That either she was going to get dragged out of her vehicle, assaulted, and kidnapped. And so I do think that this is, and I hope that I'm being understood. I understand if I'm not. But there does need to be part of abandoning your whiteness, betraying your whiteness, is understanding that when you put yourself in these situations, when you put your life on the line, as you should, to be an ally, that this is the consequence of betraying whiteness. And it's something that I kind of I know it was on the title, but I didn't know how to approach it and to not come off as disrespectful and to not be misinterpreted as she deserved this. Absolutely not. She did not. But again, I don't see how her whiteness did not influence her belief in thinking that she could drive away with her life. I don't like, man. And you hear from liberals, oh, these are untrained individuals. They need more training, this and that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How often have we done this with the police? Yes, a new plastic idea saying black people have done this exact same thing. Yes. And you don't think that they knew? Chirimacha, I opine that's really why she got shot, for daring to betray white male patriarchy that made them even more angry. 100%. 100%. They literally were like, oh, you think you get a pass? You think you could challenge our authority? Fuck it, I'll pull up the video. Fuck it. What's the word I'm looking for?
Big story on Action News this Wednesday night is the tension across America. While caught on camera in a war. That is the cell phone video setting off a wave of outrage tonight. Federal agents firing several shots. It is difficult to watch. That is the cell phone video setting off a wave of outrage tonight.
I don't know what this fucking idiot was doing over here.
That.
Anyway. This whole thing, I don't want it to come off like you have to comply to save your life. No, your life is absolutely in their hands whether you comply or not. And the big reason for that is that's why they give contradicting orders. For an excuse. That's why he stood in front of her vehicle. For an excuse. Yeah. Man. Because in this situation, I'm gonna be very careful with my words. So just read between the lines, y'all. In this situation,
in a warning, it is difficult to watch.
The moment that he does this, and you don't shut off your vehicle and put your hands up, you better fucking floor it. You better fucking floor it and get the fuck out of Dodge. I do not believe that her intent was to run everyone over. But as we were talking about yesterday with Doruba, that's irrelevant. What I'm saying is, the moment this occurs, you have to understand the reality that you're in that moment. And I'm sure it's shocking. I'm sure it's traumatizing, all that stuff. I'm a new plastic idea. Don't be fucking asking shit like that. We're not getting specific. I'm glad you motherfuckers can't be serious either. Oh, man. I'm sorry, y'all. It's just, I'm really trying to toe that line of not being disrespectful. And exactly, no, that's what I'm saying, Shitty Matcha. The conflicting demands and directions are exactly the problem. But like that's what I'm saying. The moment this occurs, regardless of what they're shouting at you or not, the only hope of surviving that you have here, because they're trying to murder you, is what I'm saying. They're trying to murder you, is what I'm trying to get across. The only hope that you have in this situation literally is to let them fucking grab and drag you. That's the only hope of surviving. If you don't floor it. If it's not pedal to the fucking metal. But I truly believe, and this should be irrelevant, that Renee Good was not trying to hurt anyone in any way. Because yes, absolutely, that pig was literally stood in front of the vehicle in order to kill. And that's what I'm getting at, Shitty Matcha. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Is when you betray whiteness, you're no longer useful for them. You're no longer useful for them. So you become fodder like the rest of us. Oh, you're not with us? Oh, you're a race traitor? Oh, you're not aligned with the white supremacist system? Then you get treated like the fucking rest. Shady Matcha says, I think she was just naive that they would kill her. Many of the rest of us understand this before the situation happens. A lot of white people don't, unfortunately. When we talk about abandoning whiteness, betraying whiteness, in some sense, you're going to be targeted even more in these situations. Because the example that you're setting is fucking dangerous. So they have to make an example out of you. It's similar to the way that, and Baldwin talked about this, when you have Comprador pigs, they know that they need to act more ruthlessly against their own people that they're policing in order to demonstrate their allegiance to white supremacy. And vice versa. When you have actual white allies, like legitimate fucking allies, and this is what Renee Good was, and that's why she lost her life, they also have to make an example out of you. Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm saying, their intent was to murder her. There's no question about that. No matter what she did, their intent was to murder her. And all I'm getting at is, in this situation, the only hope of surviving and not being murdered was essentially to surrender. And even that would not guarantee her safety, her life, because that is a situation that they put you in. That is the purpose of this. Because even this is not just escalating, but even this, if the other pig didn't get in front of the car, just by making contact with the vehicle while it's in motion, this pig could claim, oh, I was going to get dragged. Oh, I was afraid I was going to go under the tires. So that's what I'm trying to explain, is the setup was already there. And the only possibility of her surviving this fucking assassination, this murder, this political hit, was to turn off the vehicle and allow herself to get captured. And even that would not have guaranteed her safety and her livelihood. Tweete, her being queer and also a woman is even better for them to make an example. They can peddle the misogyny and queerphobia double time, comply to white patriarchy and heteronormativity, or end up like Renee. And this is training the other white supremacists to celebrate even the death of white women. Because it'll make it easier because she was queer to celebrate her death. New plastic idea, I believe they had a female partner, but I understand your larger point. But that is why they do this, to make you feel as if you step out of line, your life's gone. But that's a reality that we have to confront. And this is why I struggle with this peaceful stuff. Oh, she remarried? Why was everyone saying, or why was I saying that their partner was recording? But all right. Let's just go over this real quick because I don't want to see the rest of this. I'm kind of bored with this. Hearing this fucking idiot spew his bullshit. Oh, that's right here. Okay, new plastic ideas. I appreciate it. I just think we're all over the map right now. Jesus Christ. And they know this. They fucking know this. Was there anything else here? At 2:18 p.m., Portland police officers responded on a report of a shooting of at 10200 block of Southeast Main Street. Officers confirmed that federal agents had been involved in the shooting. The FBI office in Portland confirmed that the 2 agents involved in the shooting were working for Border Patrol. But a short time later, they deleted that statement. There's no word on the condition of the people that were shot. We know that they have been taken to a local hospital. We are still in the early stages of this incident, said Chief Bob Day. We understand the heightened emotions and tensions many are feeling in the wake of the shooting in Minneapolis, but I am asking the community to remain calm as we work to learn more. PPP officers secured both scenes pending an investigation. East Burnside Street is closed westbound between Northeast 145th Avenue and Northeast 148th Avenue. This remains an active and ongoing investigation led by the FBI. The Portland Police Bureau emphasized they are not involved in helping with any immigration enforcement and were only assisting at the scene after the shooting. The Department of Homeland Security issued a statement confirming the 2 agents involved were Border Patrol agents. DHS also said the targets of the federal mission were Venezuelan and affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Well, here we go. Senator Jeff Merkley. Huge concern about the reported shooting of 2 individuals by federal agents outside of Portland Adventist Hospital. My team and I are closely monitoring the situation and we're working hard to get answers. I will share any updates as I learn more. Please keep protesting of Trump's ICPP peaceful as Trump wants to generate riots. Don't take the bait. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. And again, the whole excuse and pretext, and Mondani's using the same fucking thing of, hey, fuck, what did I just close out? Okay. We're not assisting ICE. We're just staying out of their fucking way so they can kidnap and murder people in the streets. Come on. Star Tribune identifies ICE agent who fatally shot woman in Minneapolis. Jonathan Ross was dragged in a separate incident last year by a fleeing driver, according to court records. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent who fatally shot 37-year-old woman in Minneapolis on January 7th is Jonathan Ross. The same officer was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year, according to a person with knowledge of the case and verified by court documents. Little public information is available about Ross, described only by federal officials as an experienced officer. So there goes all the excuses that liberals are talking about more training. On Wednesday morning, Ross was embedded with a group of federal agents on a targeted crackdown in South Minneapolis when Renee Nicole Good was shot. ICE has not reported the identity of the shooter and did not respond to requests for comment for this story. A photo of Ross' face has since circulated on social media as online sleuths have attempted to identify them. Hold on. Okay. I don't know why sleuths always came off as an insult to me, so I just want to make sure. On June 17, Ross was participating in an arrest of Robert Carlos Munoz Guatemala, a Mexican citizen. In Bloomington last year, Munoz, Guatemala had previously been convicted of fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct and had been put on a detainer by immigrant officials. Munoz, Guatemala ignored the agent's command, including to fully roll down his car window, so Ross broke open his car window and reached inside to unlock the car. So this guy's just looking for an excuse. Let's see. So did we not cover this a while ago? There was also, they shot at him too, no? Or is this a different one? Let's see here. She described, and this is Christy Nome, described the unnamed officer as an experienced agent who'd been in a similar situation before and followed his training. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed Thursday that the agent who killed Good was the same officer dragged by a suspect in Bloomington last June. Although Ross was not named in the 13-page indictment of the driver, he is identified in several court records filed in the case, including photo exhibits from the hospital. He also listed by name as a witness. A law enforcement source who is not authorized to speak publicly confirmed that Ross is the shooter. And again, this stupid ass statement, you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him. So what I was trying to figure out was whether or not he fired his weapon in this situation as well. Close this out. Let's see here. Yeah, but there's gonna be fucking slob over here, but I want to make sure. Was this not? Oh, wow.
During a traffic stop, dragging a deportation officer with him. New at 10, WCCO's Uba Ali walks us through this video and the political firestorm behind it.
What began as a planned federal immigration arrest took a violent turn in this quiet Bloomington neighborhood.
All right, so it's not the one that we covered. There was a giant truck involved with that.
And it was all caught on camera. According to a federal complaint, agents were executing a warrant for 39-year-old Roberto Carlos Munoz. They say Munoz entered the country unlawfully, and he also pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct back in 2023 for abusing a minor. Tuesday morning, agents pulled him over. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply before a federal agent took out his spring-loaded window punch with his right hand and broke the driver's side rear window. These images show the officer's hand in the vehicle. In this video, you can see the driver take off with the agent hanging from the car, dragging him 300 feet through front yards. These graphic images show the aftermath. A bloody agent who needed 33 stitches for his significant cuts. And now...
So I don't, look, I'll be straight up. I don't give a fuck who you are or what you're doing. Sexual misconduct on a minor, I don't, look, I'm not a prison abolitionist. I'm not a prison abolitionist. I'm not a prison abolitionist. But this fucking idiot, I think he was trying to get his back. I think he probably felt emasculated, probably felt like a fucking idiot, like and he saw his opportunity to redeem himself, his manhood. And took somebody's life for it. Now, I don't know if y'all seen this, but let me see if I can find it on Twitter real quick. The flag burning. Here we go.
Send him fucking home! Go away!
I'll be honest with you, this is fucking stupid. Not because, oh no, he's burning the US flag. Read the fucking room, homie. Read the fucking room. Pull up with your squad and demonstrate that you're all about that. But when you do show up to something by yourself, you're just gonna make yourself look like a fucking fed, whether you are or you're not. You just look fucking stupid when you're by yourself. And what's frustrating about this is that it allows liberals to be like, we're not about that. We love America. We can save this country. We need to reclaim patriotism. Exactly. We agree on that. A new plastic idea. People are saying he's an outside agitator, which is also irrelevant if it's over that fucking flag. Leftist overs falling for fucking false flags constantly. It's like, you think this is something to fucking decry? Yeah, exactly. It's by themselves with the reason why I'm like, yo, bro, what the fuck? Like, get some fucking friends, dude. But the fact that what liberals are focusing on is the fucking flag burning. That's just fucking ridiculous. Because understand, even if you showed up with your people, with your crew, and you're like, fuck this country's here to fucking mass murder us, that's what I'm saying. Like, I low key like this whole like peaceful marching shit. All this marching stuff. Not only is it like it's exhausting, but it's also really fucking scary. When you know that entire group that you think is on your side and that you're all frustrated with, and you're sick of the state murdering us, that they'll turn you right over. It's not like, even like, hey, you know, I talk shit on Europe all the time, but like, you know, the fucking French, you know, Europeans, when the police grab you, they'll fucking try and bring you back. Not here, bro. Not here, man. I've seen videos of it too many times. And it's like, fucking, like, whose side are you on, bro? Shit. So that's what people were saying. Sean Piker, who was rooting for Tim Walz after he called the National Guard on BLM protesters. He was excited for Tim Walz. That was his boy. Saying, I'd be very careful about agent provocateurs in the crowds, especially in Minneapolis tonight. Federal agents are going to try and light shit on fire or break into places. Important to maintain discipline. Like if this was ever organized. The government will try and use this dissent to justify further repression. Like if they need a fucking excuse. And shout out to the People's City Council of Los Angeles. The government wants to think like this, wants us to think like this, to self-pacify and censor because of the boogeyman outside outside agitators. This kind of thinking inevitably, I can never say that word. Inevitably, Jesus Christ. Inevitably. There you go. Inevitably. Carpet jacketing and fed jacketing people that take action don't do this. And here's this video.
Why would you run off? Why would you run off? That's weird, to burn a flag and run off. That doesn't make sense. That's not a protest.
Why are you not back there at the protest where you got everybody riled up? You came here to do what? You a boogaloo boy? An accelerationist?
Whoa. Boogaloo boys happen to be the best friends of Revolutionary Sellout Network. Those are our allies. Sure, they want a second race war, civil war, but hey, I trust Nick Cruz to tell us who our white allies truly are. And what do we got here? 973. Please subscribe to Deculturation Live. That's where these things stay up. But this fool, man, like, don't show up to places alone. And if you're gonna fucking start rallying up shit like that, stick around, hang out. Stick around and hang out. Because when you fucking make a fool out of yourself and head out, there is literally no other conclusion than the fact that you're a fucking infiltrator, that you're an agitator. There's no other conclusion. And what's frustrating is that the burning of the U.S. flag, something that Donald Trump threatened to make illegal, should be fucking embraced. But instead you have all these fucking liberals saying that we should reclaim patriotism. And this is where we'll make the Zionist comparison because, you know, settler realism includes the normalization of the American flag, obviously includes the fact that we think that the U.S. can be redeemed. And I ask you this, would you be offended if somebody burned an Israeli flag? The Zionist flag? Of course not. And you realize that if somebody's saying, no, don't burn the Zionist flag, we should reclaim Zionist patriotism as some pro-colonization shit. But you have weird ass people like this. Jesus, bro. Oh man. Bro, how do you put that and be like, oh man. Let's see here. There's another angle of it. That's an undercover federal officer who's burning the flag. By the way, this occurs at every protest to make them look bad. It's very well documented. How is this making you look bad?
No, they're obviously not happy ICE is there. They've been talking about that. What are they saying?
They already think that you're all communists. They already think that you all hate America. How is this making you look bad? How is this making you look bad? This motherfucker's making himself look bad by showing up by himself. Get some fucking friends, bro. Vindicated in less than 8 hours. Fucking Nostradamus. Yes, bro. And then, man, you surround yourself with white fucking RadLibs. Well. Jesus. Against the People's City Council, the video proves nothing. It will only lead to liberals chasing people around and trying to copjack them. This is horrible practice. You, the dog account, and Hassan the Hun need to stop this immediately. Now, this is how they fucking point you out in a crowd for the pigs to fucking snatch you. Zero proof whatsoever this guy's a fad. Burning the flag is literally the most milquetoast action someone can do in a protest in 2026. I do want to see if they got any pushback. Peace police or police don't help the state. Yeah. Fucking A, bro. I actually don't like going on Twitter too much like this. Yeah, we're not gonna.
So, but just generally back, idiot, to the
crystal ball, making millions of dollars with the fascists. She's a collaborator.
The legal analysis. I think what's important is the reasonable fear of this person at the time. As you said, Minnesota state law is actually a bit narrower than various other different states whenever it comes to law enforcement and use of deadly force. I will say something that is very different about this is not a local PD, so there are some supremacy things that could come into play as to whether there's even, jurisdiction to try a federal law enforcement officer. I know it has been done in the past, but there are several different legal theories that which would say that it's different. Anyway, state homicide versus federal.
Can I speak to that
Go
one
ahead.
for a second? Because I asked Pisco about this, and he said, first of all, Minnesota state law is what would control here, right? He would be charged with some degree of murder in the state of Minnesota. Now, there is a law in place that says...
Real quick, somebody asked, AKA Ke, why the fuck aren't you a prison abolitionist? Because I believe that, was it Jonathan Ross should be locked up? Because I believe sexual abusers should be locked up. That's why. I'm not against prisons. I'm against who controls prisons. But at least I'm honest about it. You have prison abolitionists that are like, well, actually, it won't be a prison. It'll be, and it's like, do they have the freedom to leave? Well, no. It's just, well, then you're not a prison abolitionist. Anytime that you hold somebody against their will, no matter how pampered, no matter how well the fucking environment is, no matter how nice the conditions may be, anytime that you hold somebody against their will as a form of punishment or accountability or whatever, that you're talking about a prison. Just trying to talk your way out of it. I believe that, yeah. I mean, do you disagree? Jonathan Ross shouldn't be in prison for murdering Renee Good? Being in prison won't change that. What will is supporting them? I don't give a fuck if Jonathan Ross changes. I do think he belongs in a cage. I'm not a prison abolitionist. I'm not going to lie to y'all and say that I'm something that I'm not.
federal agents can get them moved from state court to federal court. State law would still control, though. And
capital punishment? No, I'm against capital punishment. I don't think the state should have the right to murder people. There's just too many fucking mistakes.
And very likely, I mean, they might try to do change of jurisdiction or something, but very likely he would still be tried in Minneapolis at the federal district court there, which, side note, I've actually been to.
That's
but
very
in
important.
any case, so it would still be state law. It would still be Minnesota law that's governing, but it would be tried at the federal district court level, very likely.
I also think what I was reading as well is that, you know, I again, we can.
Oh, you should definitely. Your abuser, your assaulter. You know, there's a good amount of women. Actually, I don't know the statistics. I'm not going to say that, but there's women who are in prison serving life sentences because they could not get assistance from the state to defend themselves, to defend them, to keep them safe from their abusers, oftentimes their partners, husbands, and they decide to take matters into their own hands for their own safety and well-being and their own sanity. And I think they're fucking heroes. So there you go. Pisco, shout out. Bro, man. Ese pinche vendido cabrón, bro.
Zoom, there's slow-mo. That's not how reality is. The totality of shots fired in a certain window of time is going to be important for the prosecutors and for the jury if this did end up being charged. So multiple shots that are discharged in a short window, let's say 0.4 seconds. What I was reading is very, very different. 6 to 8 shots, let's say, that are fired over a minute, with the idea that the latter shots, you know, when you have a reasonable amount of time to be able to justify. So the page to the reality to the timing is all that would be important there for a jury. So disobeying order, there is state law, as I understand it. Whenever you're refusing an order and then you do flee, then you do immediately become somebody who is fleeing the scene. So that's going to play into it as well.
That's not any justification, though. In
fact,
no. Explicitly
I understand.
Yeah, in the use of force guidelines that are in place that operate for these federal law enforcement officers. You're not supposed. And in addition, you know, I mean, just
again, liberals are going to hold on to the guidelines to training. That's all going to be irrelevant because it's always been irrelevant. My life was in danger is all they have to say, bro. AK says, learn more about the actual abolition movement. Abolition doesn't mean no consequences. It's about consequences being in the hands of the communities and victims. Okay? And how are you going to hold the perpetrators accountable? How are you going to hold the perpetrators accountable when they resist? It's not a complicated thing. You have to restrain them. You have to restrain them. What happens if they say fuck that? You have to restrain them. So you're imprisoning them. Whether you put them in the fucking actual prison or not, when you restrain somebody against their will, you're imprisoning them. I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I'm really not. And even if it's exile, I want them in a fucking Spamtana, abolition doesn't mean no prison, but doesn't mean recreating the same structures of abuse the state continues to make, you know. Look, I interpret when somebody says you're an abolitionist, I interpret it literally. Maybe this is a fault of mine. That you're calling for the abolition of prisons. And what I'm saying is that when you restrain somebody against their will, that you are imprisoning them. That's all I'm saying. Now I can be wrong about that. I don't know. New plastics ideas. I feel like we've been talking past each other quite a bit today. Yes, in terms of it being a torture chamber, the current prison system is just an extension of chattel slavery. Again, I said this earlier. You could change the aesthetics of it. You could make it more comfortable. You know, everybody glorifies, you know, Nordic prisons and all this shit like that. It's still a prison. So then it's not abolition. Then it's prison reform. AKA, yeah, the literal argument you're making is shallow and semantic. I'm not the one that calls it abolition. I'm sorry. If there's another word for it or there's a different definition from it, like let me know. I'm telling you that when my understanding of abolishing something is to rid yourself of it. All right. And all I'm saying is that if you are detaining somebody against their will, you are imprisoning them. And I support the non-consensual restraint of certain individuals, particularly those that commit violent or sexual assaults on others. So I think, and then what I'm saying is, because I have that belief, I don't feel comfortable calling myself an abolitionist. Because that's what you ask. Why am I not an abolitionist? As a matter of fact, you ask, why the fuck am I not an abolitionist? That's why I'm not. I don't think that's plain semantics. I didn't, you know, but hey, man, I've been watching too much Bisco. We don't like Nordic prisons either. All right, then I don't fuck. Bro, okay, Culture 88. Don't be an ass. I mean, wrong place. Abolitionist is against the right of the state to enact imprisonment. This is what I'm saying. Like, so we have to wait to the withering of the state in order for. But it's different when communities restrain people. Okay. All right. That's why, like, you're calling me, you're saying that I'm being semantic and that I'm being an ass. All I'm saying is I don't play around with this shit. And I'm just saying, I believe in restraining individuals that are physically and sexually violent against their will. That's what I believe. And I think that when you do that, you're imprisoning them. I don't know how else to explain myself. I'm really not trying to be like semantic or an ass. I believe that you should imprison people that are sexually and physically violent. Culture. Exactly. And that's why I'm not an anarchist, because I believe in bedtime imprisonment. No, that's different, but okay. AK can. So you don't want to abolish the cops. I do want to abolish the cops. Or do you just want people to get away with the crime? Yeah, when I say like abolish the police. So now we're being nuanced and semantic. Okay, I have time. But then I got to wrap up after this. Then we're not watching the rest of this video, which is fine. I don't care. I was just trying to like focus on implementing more videos on the streams. I noticed that we read a lot and that kind of gets boring hearing me trying to read. So, all right. It's here. Okay. So, when we talk about policing, we talk about abolishing the police. I do believe that you can abolish the police. The settler colonial police. And put the enforcement of rules, regulations, and laws in the people's hands. Right? But in order to do that, you need to bring down the settler colonial project. So I do not believe. Okay, let me answer this first. So I do believe that eventually any form of policing becomes obsolete, because we will all collectively be enforcing the rules and laws. But even then, even in a decolonized socialist communist society, you will need to apprehend, against their consent, violent and sexually violent individuals. I just, what is the workaround? Please explain the workaround for that, I guess, is what I'm asking. Let's see. I mean, abolishing just means not recreating the same structures. You can confine someone one way from others, keep them from harming others and themselves. There is a humane way, but the current system does not regard humanity. It is just a tool of capital extraction, and the rehabilitation currently is just hurting people to religion or to conform to capitalist dogma. The current system doesn't. Spantana in the Twitch chat. Okay. So the way that I've always understood prison abolition is that we need to not, that is not specific to ending the prison industrial complex. I've always understood it that individuals should not be forced into being apprehended against their will, right? But if what you're saying is essentially prison reform after the abolishing of the current structure, right? Then I think we're on the same page. How is it going to stop? Because they're not in society anymore. I think y'all don't realize how fucking serious I take this like sexual abuse shit. Okay, so here we go. Celia, Rory King, Lebra. So you believe in removing these individuals from community? Yes. To get rehabilitated assistance, I don't care. Like that part, I'm indifferent to. If you're a sexual abuser, I don't care if you get rehabilitated assistance or not. That I can be honest about. Are we rehabilitating Ross? People are more sympathetic and compassionate than I can ever be. I'm just honest about it. Like, about my position. I think Ross should be put in a hole. They're not in society now, and we do realize it. I am a black woman. Laugh my ass off. I don't, in reference to what? Maggie, I get what you're saying, Carlos. Even a revolutionary Cuba has had revolutionary functions for police, military, army, etc. CNT FAI had labor camps. I'm saying just like everything else, just like industries, should be put in the hands of the people. I think prison should be put in the hands of the people as well. And maybe we're talking past each other. And maybe I was taking abolition as like too literal, but I'm just responding to like everything that I've learned about it. And I disagree with the idea that it's prison reform. Abolish the current prison system and establish a new one. That I agree with. Freestyle skate. When we transition into socialism, there will be people who will have to be rehabilitated. There will always be, unfortunately, be wreckers and opportunists with very wicked false conscience. Santana, I will say a lot of people can be reformed. Some people need to be confined or exiled from society. They can still do things, but some people can't. However, we can't, or we just can't be inhuman about it. I say abolish because it is simpler to say, because when people hear reform, they think I want to keep slavery. I do not. I agree with that. Basically. New plastic ideas. It's not sympathy. We agree with you about Raz's fate. We know that prison is anti-black and we'll keep it alive. Jackson didn't say reform is fascism for no reason. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm confused. In plastic ideas, I think we've throughout the stream, and I can't keep up with the whole chat. Now I'm just focused on it because I'm like, we're wrapping up. I think we talked past each other a couple of times, like when you mentioned Renee Good's husband, but then later said that no, that is what they're trying to push in order to be queerphobic. But then I'm like, well, yeah, that's why I said partner, because they had a wife, right? I don't know. I think we're just talking past each other a little bit. What the reason why I'm saying I'm not an abolitionist is because I do believe prison should exist. But just like every other institution, it should be in the hands of the people. Right? I don't think, I'm sorry if there was a misconception that I believe that the current prison system, which is a force quite literally of genocide, should be maintained or upheld. I should have been more clear about that. Yeah. Oh, fuck that. New plastic idea. We're both dyslexic, so we're fucked here, bro. Turns out we've been agreeing the whole time. I don't know. Oh, I love fucking Ricky, man. Oh man, I hear him do that. How's their search function? Because usually I just read whatever they got. But I'm always down to learn too. Like I don't know, I don't know how I haven't made that very clear. What would be the title of that article? I need to really go. Ricky Ryan has abolition. Misspelling everything. Yeah, I was right. I guess co-opted. Let's see if that pops anything up. Let's try again. Erica. Y'all sure it was, let's see. Look, are you sure? Maggie? Or who was it that said, I'm sorry? Yeah, Maggie, are you sure it was Ricky? I need to use the restroom really bad. I'm just seeing a bunch. The name that sticks out the most is Erica. Or Jackie Luma as well. Do you know the name of that article, Maggie? Also, I don't know about y'all. Whenever I read these names, especially anyone part of the morning remix crew, I hear the ear doctor's voice in my head. Oh, thoughts on abolition? Oh, come on, man. There's like 10 pages. Okay, so we confirmed that Maggie is racist. Let the record show that Maggie originally said Ricky Ryan, but it's actually Erica Keynes. I don't make the rules around here. All right. Wait, how do you get? I didn't know that. I'm the racist. What do you know? Who could have guessed that? Wait, this is an alias? All right. Let me, because I really do, like, I honestly, and I never want y'all to think. I never want you to think that I'm not down for these little scraps. And then for me to learn and grow from them. And I love when y'all insult me. I shouldn't reveal that, but fucking gets me going. I'm like, they like me. They really like me. It's the way I fucking grew up. All right, I will use the bathroom real quick. And then we're reading this, and then we'll wrap up. And fuck y'all for dragging me into this. I was trying to be lazy and make fun of Crystal Ball, but fuck it. We're fucking nerds that like to read and argue about this shit over here, I guess. All right. All right. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Not on the docket, but let's do this. Thoughts on abolition. I didn't. I was gonna end the stream, but then I was bullied into reading this. I'm the real victim. All right. Thank you all so much for letting me know about this. Maggie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Can somebody explain the what do you call it? The alias? I don't know the history behind that. And how did I miss it? I thought I was a real fan. All right. Politics can change and evolve. Considering the dialectical nature of embodied knowledge or lived experience and politics, it is imperative to acknowledge that these processes inherently demand change and evolution. In other words, what one strongly believes can be reconsidered and analyzed alongside objective material analysis, as both are theoretically in a constant state of development. Since 2020, there has been a gradual realization about the limitations of various strategies, ideologies, and political approaches, particularly in the context of using abolition as a catch-all umbrella. To grasp the U.S. state in its specific and complex dimensions, one needs to recognize the conditions of colonized people as arising from a causal relationship with the state. Within this context, abolition as a political stance appears to be natural and fitting response. Despite occasional questions or perceived inconsistencies in certain proclamations, the political principles of abolition seem valid enough to warrant organizing around. Our engagement with abolition, I was doing so well. Our engagement with abolition manifested through actions such as joining coalitions with abolitionists, initiating a book club to explore unanswered questions, and advocating for the incorporation of abolition frameworks in various organizing efforts. However, as we delve into a more profound understanding of anti-imperialist and Black internationalist frameworks, particularly through direct involvement with Africans in locations like Cuba and Nicaragua, it became evident that the application of abolition framework fell short in comprehensively analyzing the interconnected conditions faced by colonized people. Acknowledging our own gradual process of re-evaluating abolition, it's clear that certain conclusions wouldn't have been reached without a serious consideration of organizing against the primary contradiction, imperialism. This deliberate focus compels an in-depth exploration of the conditions in the Third World, prompting an examination of the imperialist history and structures responsible for shaping these conditions. As we have dwelled into a more principled grasp of scientific socialism and gain ideological clarity through study and organizing, the constraints of abolition became apparent. Domestically, these limitations are observable in the continued redefinition and individualization of abolition, adopted ad hoc as needed, influenced by the motivation of those employing it. This term has been embraced by activists and academics alike, resulting in a varying connotation within different contexts. This ultimately prompts self-proclaimed abolitionists to assert that abolition is a practice. In examining this perspective on abolition, the noticeable trend emerges: a reluctance to systematically map out the practice in a principled and scientific manner. Notably, there is a deliberate avoidance of engaging in discussions about socialism and the concept of socialized state within the framework of abolition. I know I'm reading this just straight through, but it's because I'm trying to understand this as well. This raises the question of why abolition portrayed as a practice is articulated Blah, 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 blah. Okay. This raises the question of why abolition portrayed as a practice is articulated separately from or even in lieu of the endeavor to construct socialism. If the fulfillment of abolition lies in ensuring basic needs are met, it prompts further inquiry into the disproportionate emphasis on mutual aid over mutual comradeship and organizational discipline. Moreover, when viewing the state as a collective entity perpetrating mass incarceration through wielded power, the absence of emphasis on class struggle becomes conspicuous. This leads to a broader reflection on the intricate intersections between abolition, socialism, and the dynamics of power within society. I will say this though. And I do mean this respectfully. I don't know if a lot is being said here. I feel like I've read, 3 paragraphs in, and I feel like they're saying the same thing in those 3 paragraphs. 4 paragraphs. Within the rhetoric of abolitionist discord, often characterized by envisioning of new societal paradigms, new worlds, there is a notable omission of emphasis on the practical process of building towards, overshadowed by a prevailing idealism. This shift is not occurring in isolation, rather it unfolds within the broader context of a mounting anti-communist sentiment that impedes comprehensive linkage between the end goal of abolition and the final stage of communism. Consequently, there is a notable absence of concerted efforts directed at organizing around worker struggle, encompassing in, The widespread adoption of the all cops are bastards mantra has to some extent oversimplified the nuanced considerations surrounding the role of individuals with the state, blurring distinctions between those contributing to the state building of socialism and those defining the socialist project. The flippant application of ACAB poses a risk by oversimplifying the class character of policing, portraying it universally and equating all states, despite their diverse histories, as one and the same. This portrayal, which deems the mere existence of cops as inherently negative, discourages the exploration of nuanced aspects of this concept. This contradiction is intensifying over time. Simultaneously, the reconsideration of a universal US-centric abolition framework is ironically labeled as counter-revolutionary. Yeah, I don't want to be rude, but yeah. While I don't inherently reject the idea of abolition, similar to my stance on decolonization, the evident issue lies in the frameworks lacking clear ideology. They tend to deviate and morph into placeholders susceptible to individual interpretation. The problem arises when these frameworks become substitutes for personalized meanings, leading to a fragmentation of the concept. This absence of a solid ideological foundation is precisely why there is a lack of cohesive abolition movement, and instead an abundance of self-proclaimed abolitionists, each defined and pursuing the concept in their own way. Where do we go from here? All right. Okay, so I just think that we appreciate Maggie for suggesting this. But I think that we just collectively had a different expectation of what this piece was going to be. I think that's the main issue. I think we're a little bit at fault here. So I think we all thought that we were going to get something different than this. And that's not on Erica Keynes at all. That's on us. I don't think it's a nothing burger. I think it's kind of emphasizing that sloganeering is cause for concern. That when something is too malleable and that it can be weaponized, like ACAB, right? So I see that the need to be definitive and to set up frameworks and collective understandings of what something is before it becomes not just weaponized, but essentially meaningless. I can see that concern. But I guess this is more pointing out the shallowness of abolition, of what it's become. The one thing that I will say, and I will use this for my ends to make me look better, is I guess I'm a prime example of what Erica Keynes is criticizing here or warning against, where, you know, my personal understanding of what abolition is was essentially contrasting or in conflict with what everybody that was disagreeing with me, everyone that was wrong, no, everyone that was disagreeing with me. So with that in mind, I think Erica Keynes is correct. I think we just proved that she is correct. So, you know, this is why it is essential to have for things not to be so fluid, I guess, in their definitions, because then we're gonna fucking waste time like we did, right? And I'm not saying waste time like that's fun for me. It really is. I try not to do it too often because it's too much fun. I like to argue. I like to go back and forth, and I like to be questioned and pushed on my positions, and I like to be honest about them. But in terms of a larger project, it is a waste of time, right? Like we should know definitively what abolition is, and maybe it's just a lack of my knowledge. This was written in January 11th, 2024, not too long ago. Well, 2 years now, right? So if Erica Keynes, who's fucking so much more educated than I am and so much more involved in organizing than I am, was already saying, hey, like this is too essentially meaningless at this point, I'm evidence of it, I guess, I suppose. So Maggie, thank you for the article. I think we, like I said, our expectations of what it was going to be was different, and that's why I think at first we're like, wait, what the fuck? What is actually being said here? But in reality, I definitely proved Erica Keynes correct. The case for, I'm not reading that right now. I need to go eat, but I do. It's something that like y'all like. I've even talked about like case for abortion. I like that. Is this okay? Cool. Awesome. I'll read this on my own, and I'll see if we'll read it on the stream. Like I try to be honest with y'all. Like even with, you know, my position on sex work and prostitution in general, my thing is like, I think Johns are fucking creeps, and it's like even like fucked up, periqueado, like even down bad, all these things. I'm like, oh bro, like, I'm not trying to like take advantage of anyone. It's not my thing. But thank you, right? And seeing the foods that do engage in that, I'm just like, there's a specific type of individual, a recurring type of character or archetype, who benefits from the sexual exploitation of women. because that's the way I view it, right? But it's something that like I try to understand, and I try to read articles and stuff like that, to better understand like my blind spots. But then the reality that I've seen, and again, those individuals like make women uncomfortable, are consistently degrading women. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah. And I think a lot of times it's perceived as if I'm like judging the sex workers themselves, when in reality I'm like, no, who are the individuals showing up to purchase their services, time, and bodies? And I think those fools are fucking creeps and weirdos. Not because of that, but because of who they are that leads them to doing that. You know what I'm saying? So, I just try to be honest about all my positions. I'm not trying to cater to anyone or to create a perception of me that isn't real. That sounds fucking exhausting. All right. Let me I'll answer that tomorrow morning on the Discord. I need to eat so fucking bad. Appreciate you, Maggie. Appreciate y'all tuning in. New Plastic Ideas. Thank you for the headache. No, thank you for the pushback. I think we just spoke past each other a couple of times tonight. But as always, Lana, thank you for dropping links in the chat. You know, Chitty Matcha and Walker, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate y'all. AKA Get, thank you for stirring the shit up at the end of the stream when I was trying to go eat and use the bathroom. Not at the same time. But I appreciate y'all. I really, really sincerely do. Gio, like always, appreciate y'all. You already know. Lynn Stacks, all of you. Why I hate the new change names. Alayo, thank you so much. Always appreciate y'all. Appreciate you so much, sincerely. Thank y'all for keeping the Twitch chat alive. Santana, Dakadoon, Jay Taylor, see you over there at the Deculturation Live. Please go and subscribe to that. Vagabond, not forgetting that I need to check out that piece as well by Lorenzo, Camboa. What is that? Anarchism and Black Revolution. Let me pull that up right now before I forget. Awesome. I appreciate it. I'm here to fucking learn. I'm here to grow. I'm here to do all that stuff. Remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. I almost forgot to do this though, just so that we're clear. In case anybody's wondering. The thumbnail is from this over here. Oh damn, did I not? Well, technically it's a repost, so maybe it's not there. Let's see here. Replies.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat. What is it over here? Let me see. AKA. Thank you, AKA. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, this is why, because I have this muted. If anybody's wondering about the thumbnail, this is Tom Piker. Always just happy to sexualize himself and spread that Orientalism, fetishization. Man, literally saying dead or alive, because it's all a fucking game to him. The death of, murder of, assassination of Renee Good, while Hassan Piker becomes a multimillionaire, cozy at home. Fuck that fool. Man. Just shameless narcissism. The Beast by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was a cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal, your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Ya estuvo.